Just before 8:00 the evening on the 3rd of September, 1981, a 31-year-old woman named Linda Slayton stood in her small kitchen in Lakeland, Florida. She was staring into her cupboard, and what she saw was not encouraging. The shelves were nearly bare. There were a couple of cans of beans, a bag of flour, and not much else. And seeing this sight, this emptiness, it gave Linda a familiar pit in her stomach. It was the feeling of knowing she had to somehow stretch these very few ingredients into a real, filling meal for her two growing boys. Linda was a single mother. She had two sons, Jeff, who was 15, and Tim, who was 12. And to say money was tight would be an understatement. Linda didn't have much at all. So, in order to make sure her kids were taken care of, she had to be incredibly resourceful. She had to be creative. This meant doing things like finding a way to make a real dinner out of just beans and flour. It also meant she would often make her kids, their clothes, herself, anything she could do to save a few dollars here and there. It was a constant struggle, but she did it for them. Up until just a few weeks ago, the family had been living in Alabama. But Linda had made the big decision to move them all to Lakeland, Florida. And she did this for a very specific reason. She had a lot of family and a strong support system there. Her sister lived there, her parents were nearby. And so Linda had really been hoping that with all that support, things would finally start to look up for her and her sons. She hoped their lives would improve, that it wouldn't feel like such a constant, grinding struggle all the time anymore. But so far, the big move to Lakeland had just felt like more of the same. The fresh start hadn't quite materialized yet. Linda was having a hard time finding a steady job, which was the cornerstone of her plan. So, in the meantime, she and the boys were getting by on government assistance and food stamps. But it never seemed to be enough. Especially not enough to keep two teenage boys, one of whom was an athlete, well-fed, and happy. And tonight was a perfect example of that pressure. Her youngest son, Tim, was due to be dropped off any minute. He had been at football practice, and Linda knew from experience that when he came home from practice, he was always starving. So she really, really wanted to have a hot dinner ready and waiting for him when he walked through the door. On top of that, there was another reason she wanted to get dinner done quickly. Linda was hopeful that if Tim and her other son Jeff ate fast enough, they would all have enough time to make it over to a neighbor's housewarming party later that evening. You see, all the neighbors in their new complex were basically as new as she was. The entire housing development had only been open for about 3 weeks. It was a big, sprawling development with around 81-story duplexes. Technically, it was government-subsidized housing, but it didn't really feel like it. It had more of a classic suburban feel. The units were arranged on quiet cul-de-sacs with neat little lawns where all the neighborhood kids would go outside and play together. It felt safe. It felt like a community. Linda's own sister, Judy, also lived in this same complex, which was a huge comfort. So Linda already knew at least one person very well. But for Linda, making friends of her own was also really important. She was an outgoing, friendly person by nature, and she was also newly single. She wanted to meet people and take her mind off her recent ex-boyfriend. Until just a little while ago, Linda had been dating a guy named Brendan Fowler. He had been really great at first. In fact, he was the one who had told her about this apartment complex in the first place. But over time, he'd started to get really controlling and possessive. It became suffocating. And just 2 days ago, Linda had finally gathered the strength to end things with him for good. And believe it or not, despite the empty cupboards and the job hunt, Linda was actually feeling sort of hopeful. She had believed that leaving Alabama and moving to Florida into this new complex, that this would be the big refresh that she and her kids so desperately needed. But now, she was starting to think that maybe the true reset, the real start, was the breakup with Brendan just a couple of days earlier. It was like all these big changes needed to happen together in order for their lives to really get on the right track. She felt like she was finally shedding all the old baggage. So, feeling a little bit optimistic, Linda looked back into the cupboard at her very limited ingredients. And suddenly, An idea sparked. She could actually make a quick bean casserole with just these few things. It wouldn't be fancy, but it would be hot and filling. So she reached in, grabbed the cans and the bag of flour, set them on the counter, and she got to work. About a half an hour later, the smell of baking filled the small duplex. Linda pulled a beautiful golden brown casserole out of the oven and set it on the counter to cool down. And that's when her older son, Jeff, wandered into the kitchen. He saw the casserole and immediately asked if dinner was ready. Linda told him it was, but she explained that they needed to wait for his brother Tim to get home from football practice first before they could all eat together. And when she said that, something in Jeff just snapped. He sort of blew up at her. He said he was really hungry right now, and he complained that there was basically no other food in the house, so he couldn't even grab a snack to tide himself over. He just kept saying, "Come on, let me eat now." Now, Jeff's reaction made Linda pretty mad. But at the same time, it didn't really surprise her. He was 15, and he had been talking back to her a lot lately. It seemed like the two of them were fighting all the time over small things. Linda knew, deep down, that he was sort of just being a typical teenager. And he was really hungry, she got that. He was testing her limits. But she was just getting so tired of the constant conflict. And so before she could even really think about what she was saying, she snapped right back at him. She said, "Well, if you don't like it here, you can leave." And at that, Jeff didn't hesitate. He literally stormed out of the house and slammed the front door shut behind him. The sound echoed through the quiet duplex. Linda went over to the front window and watched as her son grabbed his bike from the lawn and pedaled off angrily down the road, disappearing around the corner. After he was gone, Linda let out a long sigh. She walked over to her phone and she called her mom. She assumed, correctly, that Jeff would probably head straight to his grandparents' house since they lived nearby. And when Linda's mother picked up the phone, Linda warned her that Jeff might be showing up soon and that he would probably be hungry and looking to eat. Her mom said that was perfectly fine, not to worry, and that they would make sure he had dinner and then drop him back off at home afterwards. Then her mom's tone changed. She said she was actually glad that Linda had called because another letter had arrived in the mail for her. And as soon as Linda heard the word letter, she felt this cold wave of anxiety wash over her. She knew exactly what kind of letter her mother was talking about. Linda's ex-husband, the father of Tim and Jeff, was a man named Frank Slayton. He still lived back in Alabama. He was a violent, abusive alcoholic, and they had been divorced for 7 long years. But even after all that time, Frank had never stopped harassing Linda. He just wouldn't let go. And ever since Linda and the boys had moved to Lakeland, he had started mailing these threatening letters to Linda's parents' house. In them, he would ramble on about how Linda had ruined his life. And so now, Linda was standing there on the phone, thinking that no matter how many fresh starts she tried to create for her family, it seemed like Frank was always going to find a way to screw them up. He was a dark cloud that was never going to go away. And so, after taking a deep, calming breath, Linda told her mom on the phone to just rip the letter up. She didn't even want to see it. She didn't want to read the words. She just wanted it gone. Not long after she hung up the phone with her mother, her younger son Tim came in through the front door. He was all sweaty and covered in dirt from football practice, but he had a smile on his face. And right away, Linda asked him, "Hey, did you thank your coach for giving you a ride home?" And Tim nodded and said, "Yes, I did." You see, Linda didn't have a car. She couldn't afford one. So Tim's football coach always had to give him a ride home from practice. Linda always made sure Tim was polite about it. Tim assured her, "I thanked him, like always," and so Linda told him to hurry up and get his food because they had to go next door to the neighbor's party soon. Hours later, after 11 p.m. that evening, Linda and Tim were walking home from the party, making their way through the dark and quiet apartment complex. There had been about 7 other people at the party, and it had been a lot of fun. It was simple. Everybody just drank iced tea and played card games while they talked about the perks of living in this great new complex. They talked about the convenient business district right across the street and how responsive and helpful the maintenance team was. It was exactly the kind of friendly neighborhood feeling Linda had been hoping for. So she was glad they went. She was also completely exhausted. And she knew her sister always came over for coffee first thing in the morning, so she needed to get to bed now or she would never be able to wake up on time. However, when she and Tim got back to their unit and she opened the front door, Linda froze right there in the doorway. Because there was already somebody inside their home, for a split second her heart jumped, thinking it might be an intruder. But then her eyes adjusted to the dim light, and she realized it was just her older son, Jeff. He had come back. He was standing in the kitchen, leaning against the counter. He had a sort of, "I'm sorry" expression on his face. He looked guilty. Tim, her younger son, saw the situation, understood what was happening, and immediately and quietly disappeared into the second bedroom to give his mother and his brother some space to talk. Linda walked into the kitchen to join Jeff. He didn't say anything at first. So, Linda decided to speak first. She gently reminded him that it was never a good idea to go to bed angry. However, Jeff still didn't say anything. He just looked down at the floor. And Linda knew from plenty of experience with her son that it was better not to force him to talk when he was like this. So she decided she would just give him a minute. She turned her back to him and began quietly washing the few dishes that were in the sink, giving him time to collect his thoughts. Finally, after a few moments of silence, Jeff mumbled that he loved his mom. And Linda smiled. She felt this huge sense of relief that they could just move on from their silly fight. She turned around and told him it was all good, and that she loved him too. Then they both said goodnight. Jeff went over to the cot in the living room where he slept. And Linda finished up in the kitchen, turned off all the lights, and headed into her own bedroom. She closed her door behind her, and she went to bed. The next morning at 8:30 a.m., Linda's sister, Judy Butler, walked up the path to Linda's duplex. They had a routine. They had coffee together every single morning since they had both moved to the neighborhood. So, Judy expected this morning to be like any other. She would knock on her sister's door, and Linda would open it, and she would go right in. But this time, after she knocked, nobody answered. There was just silence. So, Judy waited a moment, and then she knocked again, a little bit louder this time. And when there was still no response, Judy reached down and she tried the doorknob. But she found it was locked. This had never happened before. Linda always answered the door, or at least called out to say she was coming. But Judy wasn't really worried. Not yet. She just figured that Linda must have overslept or something. They had been at that party last night, after all. So Judy decided she would just go home for now and let her sister have a few more minutes of sleep. She figured eventually she would just call the house to check in on her and make sure she was okay. However, as she started to walk away from the home, she noticed something strange on the side of Linda's duplex. One of the back windows was missing its screen. The screen was just gone. And Judy knew that that particular window belonged to Linda's bedroom. And she was sure that it hadn't been like that yesterday. So, seeing it now, it made her feel a little bit uneasy. A small knot of concern started to form in her stomach. So, she walked off the path and over to the side of the house to get a closer look. She went right up to the window and peered inside. And when she looked in, she saw her sister. Linda was in her bed, and she looked like she was fast asleep. And for a second, Judy was just relieved. This confirmed her theory. Her sister had just overslept. That's all this was. But then, as she kept looking, Judy realized there was something off about the way Linda was lying there. The way she was positioned, it just seemed wrong. It was unnatural. And then, in a horrifying flash, everything clicked into place for her. Her brain finally processed what her eyes were seeing. And in that moment, she staggered backwards away from the window and began to scream. By 9 a.m. on the 4th of September 1981, a crowd of reporters and police officers had surrounded the duplex in the Lakeland, Florida housing complex where a woman had reported seeing a dead body. In the middle of all the chaotic activity, Sergeant Edgar Pickett of the Lakeland Police ducked under a line of yellow crime scene tape. He headed towards the home's front walkway with a heavy bag of equipment slung over his shoulder. Now, Pickett was a veteran officer. He was actually just 1 year away from retirement after 2 long decades as a detective. And for the last few years of his career, he'd been the head of Lakeland's crime scene unit. This meant he was the one who oversaw the collection and the documentation of all the evidence at major crime scenes. So, while he wasn't the lead investigator on this particular case, when it came to the meticulous work of forensic analysis and fingerprint collection, he was the best they had. He'd already been briefed on the situation on his way over. He knew that this was very likely a homicide. The victim had been identified as 1-year-old Linda Slayton. He knew that Linda had been found in her bedroom by her sister, who had then flagged down a nearby maintenance worker and asked him to call 911. Pickett also knew that when the first responding officers got inside the house, they found that Linda's 2 kids were still asleep in their beds. They appeared to have absolutely no idea that their mother was deceased just in the next room. And Pickett knew right away that this fact would give the investigators a rough timeline to start with. It meant Linda was clearly alive when her kids went to sleep, and she must have died sometime during the night while they were still sleeping. As Pickett walked up the walkway towards the front door, he passed by 2 teenage boys who were sitting in their pajamas on the grass just outside the tape. He assumed, correctly, that these must be the sons. One of them just sort of stared straight ahead, his face a blank mask, seemingly in complete shock. The other, younger one, was sobbing quietly into his brother's shoulder. Pickett wasn't sure if any of the other officers had spoken to them yet, but he knew that they would likely be really helpful in focusing his search for evidence. Since they lived in the house, they would know the habits and the patterns of everyone who lived there. They might be able to tell him if anything at all seemed out of place. So, Pickett made a mental note to make sure to check in with the investigators who were already inside about that. Then, he stopped at the front door, looked at the house, and took a deep breath. Pickett liked to get a sort of first impression of a crime scene before he did any actual evidence collection. It was his process. So before he would go inside, he would do a slow walk around the entire exterior of the house and sort of assess the building. He had been told that all the doors were locked when the first police officers got there. And from what he could see now, the bedroom window with the missing screen was the only visible sign of a potential break-in. So he took out his kit and he spent some time carefully dusting around that window area for prints. But he didn't find much there. And he also didn't see any noticeable shoe impressions in the soft dirt outside beneath the window. And then, when he finally headed inside, Pickett quickly moved past all the other officers and detectives that were already milling about in the living room and kitchen. He went straight to Linda's bedroom. And the very first thing he saw when he got inside was Linda's body on the bed. There was a thin metal coat hanger wrapped tightly around her throat. The bed sheets all around her were covered in blood. She was shirtless, and the bottom of her dress was pulled up around her waist. And when Pickett got a little closer, he could see where all the blood had come from. There were long, very deep scratches all over Linda's neck, which he guessed were from her own fingernails. It looked like she had desperately tried to pry the hanger away from her throat. He would have to wait for the official autopsy report, of course, but it was clear just from looking at her wounds that the hanger had been used to strangle her to death. And considering she was partially naked and the positioning of her clothes, he guessed she had also likely been sexually assaulted. Pickett took a step back and slowly looked around the rest of the room, trying to decide where he should even begin his work. He needed to find as much forensic evidence in this room as was humanly possible. So, the first thing he did was try to mentally reconstruct what might have happened. He tried to guess how the killer might have moved through and interacted with the crime scene. That way he could follow their sort of imagined path with more intention and focus. He figured the killer must have come in through that open window, since that was the only entrance into the house that was obviously tampered with. He noted that Linda's purse and her jewelry were still sitting untouched on the dresser. The drawers of the dresser were all closed, as opposed to being pulled open and rifled through. So, it didn't seem like the killer had touched any of that stuff, which also meant this was likely not a robbery that had gone wrong. In fact, it seemed like the first and only thing the killer had done after entering the room was attack Linda. Because aside from the bloody bed, Pickett didn't see any other signs of a struggle. There were no knocked-over lamps, no chairs out of place. It seemed to him that Linda was likely caught completely off guard by a very fast and sudden attack, and she was unable to really fight back quickly. Because if she had, the room would probably be a huge mess. But then, Pickett's eyes caught a glimpse of Linda's closet, and he noticed that the clothes inside were all hanging on thin metal hangers that looked absolutely identical to the one that was wrapped around Linda's neck. And that's when a new theory hit him. The killer must have, at some point, been inside that closet, hiding. He supposed it was possible the killer could have broken in first and then grabbed a hanger from the closet once the attack started. But that would have taken too much time. It would have been clumsy and noisy, and it also would have given Linda a chance to get off the bed, or fight back, or yell out, and maybe wake her sons up. It seemed much more likely, much more logical, that the killer had broken in earlier, before Linda even came home. He had hidden in the closet, and then he waited there in the dark until Linda was in her bed and asleep before he came out to attack. If Pickett was right about that, this murder became something very different. It was now a premeditated, thought-out murder, which meant the killer must have either known Linda personally or they had been watching her. They had been stalking her, because they would have had to have known her schedule, known when to sneak into the room and not be detected. At this point, Pickett took out his gear again and began thinking about how he was going to approach the evidence collection. He figured he would start at the window, since that was the point of entry. He would spend a lot of time there. And then he would move to the closet. Those would be his two primary areas of focus. And so, once he had that plan in his mind, he went back over to the window and he began meticulously looking for any trace evidence. And sure enough, after only a few minutes of carefully dusting the frame and the ledge, he smiled to himself. Because there, on the ledge, clear as day, was a very well-defined handprint. The following afternoon, over 24 hours after Linda's body had been found, Pickett sat in the precinct's fingerprint lab. He was hunched over a table, comparing two sets of prints with a large magnifying glass. He had been at it for hours already, and his head was pounding. After processing the crime scene the day before, Pickett had gone back to the station to review all the evidence he'd collected. And while he was there, he decided he would go check in with the lead detectives to get a full update on the case. And what they would tell him is that they had spoken to all of the neighbors, as well as Linda's family members, and they did have a few solid leads and a pretty clear timeline. According to Linda's kids, the older son Jeff had been dropped off at home at about 9:30 p.m. after being with his grandparents. Then Tim, the younger son, and Linda herself had gotten back from the neighbor's housewarming party just after 11 p.m. They had all gone to bed around midnight, and neither of the brothers had heard a single thing until the police woke them up the next morning. And all of this information had led the investigators to agree with Pickett's initial interpretation of the scene. Linda's attack had to have been very, very fast. It seemed like she had not been able to even scream, or else it almost certainly would have woken up her sons, especially Jeff, who was sleeping just on the other side of the wall. The autopsy report had also come in by then, and it confirmed that Linda had died from strangulation and that she had been sexually assaulted. The medical examiner had also been able to collect a semen sample from Linda's body, which meant they were definitely looking for a male perpetrator here. And since this was now clearly a sexually motivated crime, it meant that anybody Linda had been romantically involved with was now suddenly a top suspect. After speaking with Linda's family, the detectives had discovered that Linda had two serious ex-partners they needed to look at. There was her ex-husband, Frank Slayton, and her more recent ex-boyfriend, a man named Brendan Fowler. Frank, they learned, had apparently abused Linda when they were married, and he was still sending her very threatening letters even now. And Brendan was apparently very possessive and was known to have a bad temper. And Linda had broken up with him just 2 days before her murder. So some officers were already out looking for both of these men to bring them in for questioning. Pickett was eager to get both of their fingerprints. But for now, he was actually more focused on Linda's neighbors. When the detectives had done their initial canvass of the area, the neighbors they spoke to had confirmed that Linda and her younger son Tim were indeed at that party on the night she was killed. And since these neighbors were some of the last people to see Linda alive, they weren't just witnesses, they were also suspects. And so, Pickett had methodically collected fingerprints from all the men who had been at that party, specifically those who didn't have a solid alibi for the period of time after Linda went home. And that's what he was working on now, painstakingly comparing those prints to the clear print he had found on the windowsill. So far, none of them were a match. But they had also gotten blood samples from the neighbors, so Pickett would have to test those as well. In 1981, DNA testing as we know it didn't exist yet. But investigators could figure out somebody's blood type through various bodily fluids. So Pickett and his team could test those blood samples against the genetic material that was found on Linda's body, and at least rule out suspects that way. But Pickett had another, more urgent reason for wanting to be so diligent when it came to testing the people who lived in the complex. It was because, after Linda's murder, just in the last 24 hours, there had been signs that the killer might actually still be in the area. At 3 a.m. that morning, one of Linda's neighbors, a woman who lived just a few doors down, had called the police to report that a stranger had broken into her house. And even though that person was long gone by the time the police arrived, they could see that her back door had clearly been forced open. And then, another neighbor had called in to report that the screen on their window had been pried open as well. None of them were violent assaults like what had happened to Linda, but the timing was extremely suspicious. And it made Pickett wonder if there was a serial predator living right there in the complex. The department had ordered extra patrols in the area, and Pickett was supposed to get fingerprints for whoever they got calls about, so he was working with his police radio on right next to him, waiting for the next call. Pickett leaned back in his chair to give his tired eyes a rest. He knew he was getting pretty exhausted and would need to take a break soon. But just seconds later, a detective barged into the lab and told Pickett they needed him on standby for fingerprinting because they had just brought Linda's ex-boyfriend, Brendan, in for questioning. Moments later, Pickett was standing just outside of an interrogation room, listening as a couple of detectives spoke with Brendan Fowler inside. Even though he couldn't see Brendan, Pickett could tell just by the sound of his voice that he was not happy to be there. He sounded argumentative and very defensive as he insisted over and over that he had absolutely nothing to do with Linda's death. And when he was asked about where he was on the night she died, he had an alibi. He said he was at home with his family, and he stayed there the entire night. He even gave the detectives his mom's phone number and told them they should call her to confirm his story. Pickett heard the detectives inside confer in hushed voices. Then they asked Brendan if he would be willing to take a polygraph test and also let them take his fingerprints. And to Pickett's surprise, Brendan said, "Yeah, go ahead." And as soon as Pickett heard that, he knew from experience that he had to move fast. He went right inside the room and got Brendan's fingerprints before Brendan could change his mind or lawyer up. On September 11th, exactly 1 week after Linda's murder, Pickett sat down at his desk and opened the local newspaper. And what he saw on the front page made him cringe. The Lakeland police chief had just given an interview where he publicly admitted that they would not be making an arrest now or even in the next few days. And reading that in print was a stark reminder to Pickett of just how little progress they had actually made in this case. None of the neighbors' prints had been a match to the one Pickett had lifted off the windowsill. And they had tracked down Linda's ex-husband, Frank, but they found that he was all the way back in Alabama on the night Linda was killed with a solid alibi. As for Linda's ex-boyfriend, Brendan, he had seemed pretty guilty at first. During his polygraph test, the results had come back as inconclusive, which is always a red flag. And his alibi didn't completely check out either. His family had said that he was home at one point on the night Linda was killed, but they had all gone to sleep at some point and couldn't say for sure if maybe he had left the house later that night. But when Pickett had looked at Brendan's fingerprints, he had no choice but to clear him as a suspect. They clearly were not a match to the print from the scene. So now, Pickett knew the entire investigative team was scrambling for new leads, any leads at all. which was why Pickett was not surprised by what he saw when he looked up from his newspaper. He saw a detective leading a suspect out of a precinct interrogation room after clearly questioning him. And it was Linda's own 5-year-old son, Jeff Slayton. And he was obviously crying. Pickett had heard through the grapevine that Jeff was being looked into as a suspect in his own mother's murder and that he had already been questioned a few times. The detectives had started getting interested in him when a few of Linda's family members had mentioned that Jeff and Linda had been fighting a lot in the weeks before she died. And when the investigators looked back at the crime scene photos, they realized that Jeff's cot in the living room shared a wall with Linda's bedroom. So it seemed very strange to them that he hadn't heard a single thing on the night she had died. But as far as Pickett knew, Jeff had a reasonable explanation for all of this. He had said that his fights with his mother were not that serious. He explained that they did fight on the night she died, but it was over a dumb argument about what time they should eat dinner. And he said he had no idea why he didn't wake up when she was attacked. He said he wished he had, so he could have gone in there and tried to help her. And on top of all that, Jeff had taken and passed a polygraph test. But for some reason, it seemed like the investigative team was not done with Jeff yet. And Pickett just sort of felt bad for the kid. He thought it was very unlikely at this point that Jeff was his own mother's killer. Pickett had kids of his own. And from his own experience, the fights Jeff was having with his mom just seemed like typical teenage behavior. Teenagers squabble with their parents. It's pretty normal. And it also just didn't line up with the physical evidence. Pickett was absolutely certain that the attacker had broken in through the window. That didn't make any sense for Jeff if he was sleeping right next door in the living room. And most importantly, Pickett had personally checked Jeff's prints against the one he had lifted from the window, and he knew for a fact that it was not a match. As the days turned into weeks, Pickett was starting to become convinced that the killer might be somebody without a personal connection to Linda. Maybe it was even a complete stranger. He knew that murders by strangers were much more rare than murders committed by a relative, a partner, or a friend, which was why he assumed the other detectives weren't really pursuing that angle. But through his own forensic work, Pickett had now eliminated pretty much everyone in Linda's life who had a clear motive or the opportunity to kill her. And Linda was a very attractive young woman who was also very outgoing. Pickett thought it was entirely possible that the killer could be a stranger who had only interacted with her once, maybe saw her at the store, and then sort of became fixated on her. It seemed plausible. And so after Pickett watched Jeff leave with the detective, he tried to go back to reading his newspaper, but he couldn't focus. He kept thinking about Linda. He had been so sure that this case would be solved quickly by the forensics, by the evidence, but now he wasn't sure if it would be solved at all. And that worry only got stronger and stronger as the months went by, and fewer leads came in. And before long, a whole year had passed. And it was actually time for Pickett to retire. And when he walked out of the precinct for the very last time, he had a pit in his stomach because he had a terrible feeling that without him pushing for it, Linda's case was going to get put on a shelf and eventually forgotten. One afternoon in the fall of 2001, 2 full decades after Linda Slayton was murdered, a detective named Brad Grace sat in his office at the Lakeland Police Department. He was reading over Linda's thick, dusty cold case file. For the last 4 years, Grace had been tasked with sorting through the department's many cold cases and choosing which ones to officially reopen. And this had been a really slow and painstaking process because he had to do all of that while also juggling his active caseload. So even though he'd technically been assigned Linda's case for years, he was just now starting to really dig into it. But the delay didn't worry him too much. Because the whole reason this particular case had appealed to him in the first place was because he was sure he could solve it and solve it quickly. And that was because it had one crucial thing: DNA evidence. Back in 1981, when the murder actually happened, the genetic material that was found on Linda's body was only good for eliminating suspects through their blood type. But now, in 2001, Grace could use that very same material to create a full DNA profile of Linda's killer. and he intended on reaching out to everybody who was involved in the original investigation to get their DNA to test against this new profile. But before he did that, he wanted to completely familiarize himself with all the suspects from 1981. So there was Linda's ex-husband, Frank Slayton, who had abused Linda repeatedly during their marriage. And even though they had been divorced for years, he was apparently still sending her all these threatening letters right around the time of her murder. And then there was her more recent romantic partner, Brendan Fowler, who was known to have a bad temper and seemed to be very controlling of Linda. And they had broken up only 2 days before her murder, so he could have still been furious about it. The neighbors who were at the party Linda had gone to were also suspects. Everybody in that group knew when Linda was heading home, so it was possible somebody could have followed her and then snuck into her bedroom before she went to bed. And then finally, there was Jeff Slayton, Linda's oldest son, who was actually in the house during the murder. His brother Tim had been there too, of course, but Jeff had actually admitted to getting into a big fight with Linda earlier that same day. Now, all of these suspects had been cleared back in the day through fingerprints, alibis, or polygraphs, but Grace knew that DNA testing was way more accurate than any of those old methods of elimination. And so basically, even if they'd been ruled out for one of those three things, a DNA match would override all of that. And so he wasn't going to let these previous eliminations cloud his judgment. He had already decided that no matter what, he was just going to focus on whatever the forensics told him and not be biased by the old investigation. But for now, he just wanted to kick things off by speaking with the two people who had known Linda better than anybody else in the world, her sons, Tim and Jeff. A few days later, Grace walked into a small meeting room at the precinct where he'd been told Jeff and Tim Slayton were waiting for him. And as soon as he saw the two brothers, he just started laughing. Because he realized he already knew Jeff Slayton. They had bowled together in a local league for years. But it had never occurred to Grace that this Jeff Slayton, the victim's son, was the same Jeff from his bowling team. And Jeff recognized Grace at the exact same time. So they spent a little while talking and laughing about what a crazy, small-world coincidence this was. And so when Grace finally sat down with Jeff and with Tim, the atmosphere was already a bit more relaxed. Grace's first line of questioning wasn't about the case at all. It was just personal. He just asked them, hey, how are you guys holding up after all these years? How have you dealt with this horrible thing? And for the next few minutes, the mood in the room got pretty heavy as the two brothers spoke honestly about how terrible the last 20 years had been for them. After their mother had been killed, they both said that they were terrified that they were going to get hurt too. Because the killer was never caught, they always felt like they were looking over their shoulder, wondering who was going to be next. Jeff said he started sleeping with a knife under his pillow. He eventually got so depressed that he dropped out of high school. And Tim admitted that he also struggled a lot, but he took a different path. He relied on his football team and his friends for support. He kept pictures of all of them around his room to remind himself to try and stay positive. After that, the brothers shared what they could remember about the night their mother had died. But it was obvious to Grace that Tim and Jeff didn't really have any new information that he didn't already have inside the case file. So, instead of continuing to question them about the details of the case, Grace explained to them that this murder was going to be solved through DNA. And because of that, he needed to collect DNA samples from every single person who was involved in this case back in the day. And that, he explained, included both of them. The brothers looked surprised for a moment, but then they both nodded and said, "Of course, whatever you need." So Grace stood up and said he would send a lab technician inside to get their samples. But before he left the room, he looked both of them in the eye, and he promised them that he would find their mom's killer. He told them he was not going to retire until he did. Later that month, Grace sat in front of a computer screen in the station's computer lab, reading a police report from 1982. Since speaking to the two Slayton brothers, Grace had collected DNA from dozens of people who were involved in the case. From 1981, he got samples from Jeff, Tim, and also Linda's ex-husband, Frank Slayton, and her ex-boyfriend, Brendan Fowler. He'd also tested the old blood samples that the original investigators had gotten from Linda's neighbors. But none of them, not a single one, matched the DNA profile for Linda's killer. This was hugely disappointing because it meant that Grace had to basically start from scratch. But when he had gone back to the original case notes, he noticed the mention of those other break-ins that had happened around the complex shortly after Linda's murder. And it made him wonder if Linda was killed by a serial predator who was just active in the area at the time. And if that was true, then this person probably would not have just hurt Linda. They would have other victims too. So Grace had run the killer's DNA through the FBI's national database. And when it didn't match anything in there, he had reached out to the local county sheriff's department to see if they could send him any cases from that era that felt similar to Linda's. And they had sent over the very report that he was reading right now. And it felt incredibly promising. In 1982, just a year after Linda's murder, a man named Jimmy Murr was arrested for climbing through a 10-year-old girl's bedroom window and then assaulting and strangling her. And according to his file, Jimmy had a long history of home invasions and very violent behavior. And as soon as Grace finished reading the report, he jumped up from his chair and went to go find one of his officers. He wanted to dig up as much information on this Jimmy Murr as he possibly could and see if maybe they could go track him down. About a month later, Grace sat at his desk, staring at his phone in anxious anticipation. He was waiting for an incredibly important phone call, one that would confirm whether or not Jimmy Murr was Linda's killer. After doing a deep background check on Jimmy, Grace had found out that Jimmy actually knew someone who lived at Linda's complex. And he was literally staying with them at their duplex at the same time Linda was killed. Now, Jimmy himself was not alive anymore, but they had managed to get in touch with his mother, who had agreed to give them her DNA. And they were testing it now. This DNA would not be an exact match to the killer's DNA, of course, but it would show if she was at least a close relative of the killer. And as Grace waited for the lab to call, his heart was pounding in his chest. Because for the first time since he'd picked up Linda's case, everything finally seemed to make sense. Jimmy was a violent serial home invader. He had probably seen Linda while he was staying at his friend's house, and maybe he stalked her for a few days until he saw an opportunity to attack. And then, after he killed her, he must have compulsively kept breaking into other homes in the complex to try and find more victims. It all fit. Just then, his phone rang. Grace snatched it up. He could feel his mouth going dry as he heard it was the lab on the other end of the line. He was going to get his answer right here, right now. But just a second later, they told him the news. It was not a match. Grace's stomach dropped. But he managed to thank them anyway, and he hung up the phone. He couldn't believe it. Despite all the suspects and all the modern forensic evidence that they had, this case was once again at a dead end. Still, Grace kept pushing forward. As the months turned into years, he would regularly find new potential suspects, and he would eventually clear them one by one. He also kept sending the killer's DNA profile to the FBI to run it through their database, just in case any new additions were added in that could be a match. But eventually, over a decade passed by, and Grace still had not been able to match anybody to the killer's DNA. And in 2015, his own health began to decline. And he finally had to make the phone call he hoped he would never have to make. He picked up the phone, and he dialed Jeff Slayton's number. And when Jeff picked up, Grace told him that he had to retire. And that he was sorry, but he still had not found his mother's killer. In June of 2019, 4 years into his retirement, Brad Grace sat on the deck of his Florida home reading a newspaper. He was deep into an article when his cell phone started to ring. And when he looked at the caller ID, he was surprised to see that it was from the Lakeland Police Department. He hadn't gotten a call from them in years. So he immediately picked it up to see what they wanted. And when he did, the person on the other end introduced himself as the detective who had taken over the Linda Slayton case. The detective said they knew Grace was retired now, but they figured he would want to hear this. They said they had hired a genetic genealogist to track down family members of the killer based on that DNA profile that Grace had ordered all those years ago. And through that long and complicated process, they had finally been able to get a match. And after they got the match, they also managed to get the suspect's fingerprints. And those prints, they said, were a perfect match to the palm print that the head of the crime scene unit, Sergeant Edgar Pickett, had taken at the original crime scene 38 years earlier. Grace sat up straight in his chair and listened intently as the detective finally told him who Linda's killer actually was. And when he heard the name, he couldn't believe it. The suspect had been so close the whole time. Based on DNA, forensic evidence, and 38 years of police investigation, the following is a reconstruction of what police believe happened to Linda Slayton in the early morning hours of September 4th, 1981. The house was all quiet as the killer waited patiently inside of Linda's closet. Hours earlier, when Linda was out at the party with her son, the killer had removed the screen from her bedroom window and had crept silently inside. And then they had hidden themselves in this closet, waiting for her to come home. The killer had been watching Linda for a while now. They had been finding ways to get close to her and her family. But Linda never really acknowledged them or paid any special attention to them at all. Tonight, though, the killer was determined to show Linda that she was not the one in control. They were. And now, the killer stood in the dark, cramped closet, holding their breath as their heart pounded in their chest. They listened as Linda opened her bedroom door and walked inside. The killer continued to wait anxiously as they heard the quiet sounds of Linda getting ready for bed, getting changed. And then, eventually, they heard the sound of the springs of the bed compressing as Linda laid down to shut her eyes for the night. And then, after the killer was sure Linda was in her bed and the lights were off and it was quiet in the room, they waited even longer, just to make sure that Linda was deeply asleep and that her children were asleep as well. And then finally, when the killer felt like they had waited long enough, they reached up and they grabbed a metal coat hanger off the hook in the closet. And then they burst out of the closet door. And before Linda could do anything, before she could make a sound or even react, she was totally caught off guard. The killer was on top of her, and they had wrapped the coat hanger tight around her throat. Linda struggled. She clawed at her own throat to try and get this thing off of her. But the killer was so much stronger than her, and there was nothing she could do. It didn't take long for the killer to have their way with Linda. And then after they were done, they strangled her until she was dead. And once the killer was finished, they hopped off the bed and just climbed right back out the same window they had come in through, and they wandered off into the night. And the killer would get to replay this crime over and over in their head all day the next day until it was time for football practice. It would turn out that Linda was murdered by her son's football coach, a man named Joseph Mills. Joseph was a fixture in Tim's life. He would drive him to and from practice every single day because Linda didn't have a car. But while Tim saw Joseph as a helpful mentor in his life, Joseph had apparently developed a dark and total fixation on Tim's mother. And during all those trips to her house to drop off her son, Joseph was planning. He was watching. He was figuring out how and when he would attack her. Back in 1981, Joseph Mills was actually interviewed by police over the phone a day after Linda's murder. But he was never really considered an actual suspect. Instead, after Joseph murdered Linda, he just continued to drive her son Tim to and from football practice every day. And Tim would, even very tragically, begin to rely on Joseph for emotional support as he was grieving the loss of his mother. He was confiding in her killer, and he just didn't know. And then, even more tragically, as time went on and Linda's case went cold, one of the pictures that Tim hung up in his bedroom to remind himself to stay positive was a picture of his football team. Tim had no idea that his mother's killer was literally standing right behind him in the back row of that very picture. In December of 2019, Joseph Mills was charged with first-degree murder and sexual battery. He was eventually sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. Millions of people go into the deep woods every single year. They go to find peace. They go to escape the loud noises of the city. They want to connect with nature and clear their minds. Most of the time, these people have amazing trips. They hike the trails. They sit by the campfire. They look up at the stars, and then they go home to their families with great memories. But sometimes people go into these massive forests and they simply vanish. They disappear under conditions that make absolutely no sense at all. In some cases, people are walking right next to their friends or family. They turn around for just a second. When they turn back, their companion is gone. There is no sound. There is no struggle. There is just empty space. In other cases, people go missing, and then they are found days later in places that are completely impossible to reach. They are found on top of high cliffs or deep inside thick briar patches where there are no paths. For a long time, no one was looking at these cases as a whole. People just assumed they were isolated incidents. They thought people simply got lost, or fell, or got attacked by wild animals. But one man changed that. His name is David Paulides. He is a former police detective. He spent years investigating crimes and looking at evidence. One day, he started noticing that there were thousands of these bizarre disappearances happening in national parks and forests all over North America. He realized that nobody was keeping a central database of these missing people. The government was not tracking them. The Park Service was not keeping a master list. So, David decided to look into it himself. He started gathering police reports, search and rescue logs, and talking to the families of the victims. He began putting all of his findings into a fascinating series of books called Missing 411. These books outline very specific patterns that show up in these disappearances over and over again. Today, we are going to look at 3 of these cases. These are stories about people who went camping in the beautiful wilderness, and then things went horribly wrong. Let us start in 1985. Kevin O'Keefe was a 36-year-old man who lived in Sacramento, California. Kevin was the kind of guy who lived for the outdoors. He was not a casual hiker who just walked on paved paths on the weekends. He was an outdoor enthusiast. He loved the challenge of testing himself against nature. He loved going on long hikes, pitching his tent in the wilderness, and sleeping under the stars. For years, Kevin had one dream that stood above all the rest. He wanted to go camping in Alaska. To him, Alaska was the ultimate frontier. It was the wild, rugged land that every serious camper wanted to conquer. By the summer of 1985, Kevin decided that he was finally going to make this dream a reality. He started doing massive amounts of research. He looked at maps of Alaska. He read books about the different terrains. He studied the weather patterns. He wanted to find a place that was truly wild. Eventually, he settled on an area called Glacier Bay National Park. Even by Alaskan standards, Glacier Bay is incredibly rugged. It is a place of massive glaciers, cold, deep water, dense forests, and tall mountains. It is a place where you are completely on your own. There are no cell phone towers. There are no roads. If you get into trouble, help is not coming quickly. Kevin knew this. He was a smart guy. He was not foolish. He knew that going into the Alaskan wilderness by himself was a huge risk. So, to prepare, he did not just buy gear. He actually enrolled in a specialized class. This class was designed to teach people how to survive in the wild Alaskan environment. He learned how to handle extreme weather. He learned how to keep his food safe from brown bears. He learned how to navigate without a compass if he had to. He spent weeks studying and practicing. He wanted to make sure he was ready for absolutely anything. On the 20th of September, 1985, Kevin finally boarded a plane in Sacramento. He flew to Juneau, Alaska. When he landed, he felt the cold northern air. He was incredibly excited. From Juneau, he had to take a boat and hike his way up to Glacier Bay National Park. When he arrived at the park, the first thing he did was walk into the park headquarters. He wanted to register his trip. This is what responsible campers do. He walked up to the park rangers who were working at the desk. He introduced himself. He told them that he was going to be camping over near the Wolf Point area. Wolf Point is a very isolated spot. It is located right against the cold water of the bay. Kevin told the rangers that he planned to be out there for about 3 weeks. He said he would be leaving the park on October 10. The rangers wrote all of this down. They were glad he checked in. They knew that there was now a 36-year-old man from California staying by himself near Wolf Point. They knew his exact timeline. For the next couple of weeks, no one heard from Kevin. His family, back in California, did not get any phone calls or letters. The park rangers did not see him. But this was exactly how Kevin wanted it. The whole point of his trip was to escape reality. He wanted to live in nature. He wanted to disconnect from the modern world and just be alone with his thoughts. So, because he was not supposed to contact anyone until October 10, no one was worried. No one raised any red flags. The days went by, and the wilderness remained quiet. But then we get to October 8. This was 2 days before Kevin was scheduled to pack up his gear and leave the park. On this day, a couple of park rangers were out on a routine patrol. They were in a small motorized boat navigating the waterways around Wolf Point. They knew that Kevin's campsite was nearby. They knew he had been out there by himself for almost 3 weeks. Because they were close by, the rangers decided to take a little detour. They wanted to pull their boat into the bay at Wolf Point and just check in on him. They wanted to make sure he was doing okay and see if he needed anything before his scheduled departure in 2 days. They steered their boat toward the shore. They turned the last corner where they could finally see the area where Kevin was supposed to be camping. And as soon as they looked at the shoreline, they froze. They knew immediately that something was wrong. The first thing they noticed was Kevin's tent. It was not where it was supposed to be. There was a flat, grassy area of soil slightly inland where campers always set up their tents. It was the safest and most level spot. But Kevin's tent was not there. Instead, the tent was sitting down on the gravel beach. It was right next to the water where the tide could easily reach it. This made no sense. An experienced camper would never pitch a tent on a wet beach right by the freezing ocean water. As they got closer, they noticed something even more disturbing. Some of Kevin's gear was lying outside of the tent. It was not scattered around like a tornado had hit it. It was placed outside. It looked like someone had deliberately set it on the ground. And then they looked at the tent itself. The top strut, which is the fiberglass pole that holds the top of the tent upright and keeps the fabric tight, was completely folded down. It looked like it had snapped right in the middle. The tent was partially collapsed. The rangers stopped their boat. They got out and walked onto the gravel. The air was cold and silent. They called out Kevin's name. They yelled into the trees. No one answered. The only sound was the wind and the water hitting the shore. The rangers stood there and tried to think logically. They thought, okay, maybe Kevin is getting ready to leave in 2 days. Maybe he is packing up his camp. Maybe he decided to go on one last day hike to see the sights before he departs. They figured that the broken tent pole might have happened during a strong windstorm and he just had not fixed it yet. They told themselves that everything was probably fine. They did not want to panic. So they decided to get back in their boat and leave. But they made a plan to come back the very next day to double check on him. The next morning, October 9, the rangers returned to Wolf Point. They pulled their boat up to the beach. They looked at the campsite. There had been absolutely no change. The tent was still sitting on the beach in the exact same spot. The broken top strut was still collapsed. The gear was still sitting outside on the sand. The sleeping bag and the sleeping pad were untouched. It was incredibly clear that Kevin had not returned to his campsite since the Rangers were there 24 hours earlier. At this point, the Rangers became deeply concerned. They knew they could not wait any longer. They needed to find Kevin. They immediately contacted their headquarters and launched an official search. The search effort was massive. The Park Service brought in small airplanes to fly low over the Wolf Point area and the surrounding forests. They hoped to spot Kevin's bright clothing or perhaps a smoke signal from a campfire. But they saw nothing. Just green trees and cold gray water. Then they brought in ground searchers. These searchers walked shoulder to shoulder through the thick brush. They brought in highly trained search dogs. These dogs were experts at picking up human scent and tracking it through the wilderness. The searchers went to Kevin's campsite first to see what they could find. What they discovered at the campsite made the situation even more baffling. When they searched the collapsed tent and the immediate area, they found virtually all of the equipment you would expect to find at a campsite. In fact, he had everything he needed to survive. His backpack was leaning against a tree. It was fully packed. Inside the backpack, they found his food, his extra warm clothes, and his water container. It was packed as if he was just about to go on a hike. His sleeping bag, his sleeping pad, and his cooking equipment were all right there. But the most bizarre thing was the food. Kevin had a lot of food left. Some of it was sitting out in the open, completely exposed to the elements. In Alaska, this is unheard of. The forests are filled with hungry animals. There are brown bears, black bears, wolves, wolverines, and foxes. If you leave food out in the open in Alaska, animals will find it. They will tear your camp apart to get to it. But none of the food at Kevin's campsite had been touched. Not a single animal had nibbled on it. It was completely pristine. This was a massive anomaly. It was as if the local wildlife was actively staying away from the campsite. The searchers kept pushed outward. They sent the dogs into the thick brush surrounding the camp. They searched for hours. And then the dogs started alerting. They ran toward a deep gully that was located about half a mile away from the campsite. This gully was incredibly steep and filled with thick vegetation. You could not see into it from the trail. It was completely hidden from the naked eye. The dogs scrambled down into the gully, and the searchers followed them. At the bottom of the gully, the dogs found something. It was Kevin's boots. They also found his glove liner and his hat. They were tucked away, almost as if they had been placed there deliberately. When the searchers found these items, the initial theory was that Kevin must have been attacked by a bear. It seemed like the only logical explanation. He was in the deep Alaskan wilderness, and now his clothes and boots were found half a mile away in a gully. But the park rangers who were leading the search disagreed. They had lived and worked in Alaska for decades. They had seen bear attacks before. They knew what a bear attack looked like. They said this was definitely not a bear attack. When a human is attacked by a large predator like a grizzly bear, there is a massive struggle. The human fights for their life. They grab onto branches. They kick up the dirt. They flail around. There are broken bushes, torn clothes, and most importantly, there is blood. But at Kevin's campsite, there was absolutely no sign of a struggle. There was not a single drop of blood. There were no human remains. There was nothing to indicate that anyone had been hurt in that space. And then there was the question of the food. If a bear had come into the camp and attacked Kevin, the bear would have smelled the food. Bears are driven by their sense of smell. They would have eaten every scrap of food in that camp. But the food was untouched. The rangers kept coming back to how quiet the camp was. There was no animal activity at all. No birds, no rodents, nothing. It was like a dead zone. With no clues left at the camp, investigators went to speak with Kevin's family in Sacramento. They asked them if Kevin had been depressed. They asked if there was any chance he had gone out into the woods to end his own life. The family was shocked. They said, absolutely not. They said Kevin was incredibly happy. He was well-adjusted. He was so excited about this trip. He had spent months preparing for it. He had even taken that survival class. They told the investigators that Kevin had planned on taking a few short day hikes, but he had no plans to do any overnight trips away from his main camp. He also had no plans to meet up with anyone else. He wanted to be completely alone. After just a few days of searching, the weather in Alaska began to turn. The temperatures dropped and the snow began to fall. With absolutely no leads, no tracks, and no signs of where Kevin could have gone, the authorities had to make a difficult decision. They called off the search. Kevin O'Keefe was officially gone. Now, let us look at the facts. We know that all of Kevin's gear was still at his campsite. His backpack was packed. This means he did not leave his camp voluntarily to go on one of those day hikes he told his family about. No experienced hiker, especially one who took a survival course, would ever walk into the Alaskan wilderness without their pack, their food, and their extra clothes. Doing that is an absolute death sentence. You would freeze or starve in a matter of days. So, Kevin must have been at his campsite when something happened to him. But we know it was not an animal attack because there was no blood, no struggle, and the food was not touched. So, if it was not an animal, what was it? What could have caused his tent to be moved down to the beach? What broke the top strut of his tent? What caused him to leave his gear behind? And why were his boots, his glove liner, and his hat hidden in a steep gully half a mile away? And most importantly, where was Kevin? To this day, no one has ever found him. He vanished into the wild, leaving behind nothing but questions. Now, let us fast forward to the year 2000. We are going to move south, down to the state of Montana. Patrick Whalen was 33 years old. Pat was not just an outdoor enthusiast. He was someone who bordered on being a full-blown survivalist. This was a man who possessed incredible outdoor skills. He did not just go camping for weekends. He lived in the wild. He had hiked thousands of miles across the Pacific Crest Trail, which is one of the longest and most difficult hiking trails in the entire world. He had spent hundreds of hours camping in deep, isolated forests. But out of all the places he had ever visited, there was one place that he loved more than anywhere else. That was Glacier National Park in Montana. Glacier National Park is famous for its stunning beauty. It has massive peaks, deep valleys, and thick pine forests. But it is also incredibly wild and dangerous. Pat loved it. He spent so much time in Glacier National Park that he became a regular face. The park rangers who worked there got to know him. They recognized his face. They knew him by name. They knew he was an expert who could survive in almost any condition. They never worried about him when he went into the park because they knew he had the skills to handle anything. On the 2nd of November 2000, Pat was driving his truck in an area called Kiowa Junction, which is just outside the park in Montana. As he was driving down the road, a deer suddenly jumped out in front of his truck. Pat could not stop in time. He hit the deer. Now, what happened next is one of the strangest parts of this entire story. There were witnesses who saw the accident. They watched Pat stop his truck and get out. He walked over to the injured deer lying on the side of the road, but he did not call for help. He did not try to put the animal out of its misery. Instead, he walked back to his truck. He grabbed a pillow from the cab. He walked back to the deer and gently placed the pillow under the deer's head. Then he went back to his truck again. He grabbed some food, walked back to the deer, and placed the food right next to its mouth. And then, without saying a word to anyone, Pat just walked away. He abandoned his truck right there on the side of the road. It is not clear if the truck was damaged so badly that it could not run, or if Pat just decided he was done with it. But either way, he left it. The next day, local authorities found the abandoned truck and had it towed to a local tow lot. Nobody knew where Pat had gone. He had simply walked off into the landscape. 6 months went by. During this time, Pat's family had not heard a single word from him. This was not entirely unusual for Pat, as he liked to go off the grid for long periods of time. But 6 months was a very long time, even for him. His father began to get deeply worried. He decided to call the park rangers at Glacier National Park. He knew how much Pat loved that park. He told the rangers that he had not heard from his son in months. He said he was terrified that something had happened to him. He asked them if they had seen Pat in the park. The rangers, who remembered Pat well, told his father that they had not seen him recently. But they promised they would keep an eye out for him during their patrols. A couple of weeks after that phone call, 2 park rangers were out on a routine patrol in a remote, heavily wooded section of Glacier National Park. As they were walking through the dense trees, they stumbled upon a very odd scene. They saw a blue tent set up in the middle of a clearing. There was no campfire burning. There was no sound of anyone around. As they got closer, they noticed that the middle strut, the main pole that held the tent up, was collapsed. The tent was sagging badly. The rangers stopped. They yelled out to see if anyone was inside. They wanted to make sure whoever was in there was okay. But no one answered. The forest was completely silent. They walked up to the tent. They could see that the fabric of the tent was extremely weathered. It was faded and sun-bleached. This meant the tent had been sitting out in the elements for a very long time. But despite being sun-bleached, there were no tears in the fabric. There were no holes. And most interestingly, all of the zippers on the tent were completely shut. The rangers reached down and unzipped the tent. They peered inside. There was no one there. But the tent was not empty. Inside, they found all of the items you would expect to find at a survivalist campsite. There was water, plenty of food, a camping stove, extra clothes, and his boots. Everything was neatly placed inside. But Pat was gone. And just like in the case of Kevin O'Keefe, the rangers noticed something highly unusual. There was food inside this tent. The tent had been sitting unoccupied in the middle of a wild national park for months. Glacier National Park is prime grizzly bear territory. Bears have an incredible sense of smell. They can smell food from miles away. They will easily rip through tent fabric to get to a single energy bar. But this tent had no tiers. No animals had tried to get inside. The food was completely untouched. The rangers immediately filed a report and a search was launched. Authorities brought out search teams and cadaver dogs. They combed the woods around the blue tent. They looked under logs and in ravines. But they found nothing. The dogs could not pick up any scent at all. One of the biggest challenges the searchers faced was that they had no idea when Pat had actually arrived at the spot or when he had disappeared. They went to the tow yard where his truck had been taken 6 months earlier after the deer accident. The truck was still sitting there. Pat had never come to claim it. This meant he had likely walked straight into the park 6 months ago and had been missing ever since. But as the investigators searched the inside of the blue tent more closely, they found one detail that was incredibly chilling. They found an empty leather case for a buck knife. The sheath was there, but the knife was gone. David Paulides looked at this detail and offered a very interesting theory. Pat was an expert survivalist. He knew how to handle himself in the woods. He was sleeping in his tent one night. Suddenly, he heard something outside. It was not a normal sound. It was something formidable. It was something that made a seasoned, brave survivalist feel the need to arm himself. Pat reached down, pulled his heavy buck knife out of its sheath, and prepared to go outside. The mosquitoes in that area of Montana are notoriously bad, especially at night. So, even though Pat was in a hurry, he stepped out of the tent and took a second to zip the tent completely shut behind him. He did this to keep the bugs from getting inside his sleeping area. He stood outside in the dark, holding his knife, ready to confront whatever was making that noise. And then, he never went back inside. Whatever was out there in the dark apparently got the best of Pat. But we cannot simply say he was attacked by a wild animal. If a bear or a mountain lion had attacked him right outside his tent, there would have been a massive struggle. There would have been blood on the ground. There would have been torn clothing or broken branches. But the campsite was clean. There was no blood. There were no remains. And again, if a hungry predator had killed Pat, it would have smelled the food inside the tent and ripped it open. But the tent was left untouched. So what did Pat hear? Why did he grab his knife and step out into the night? What did he confront, and where did he go? To this day, Patrick Whalen has never been found. His empty blue tent and his empty knife sheath are the only clues he left behind. Now, let us move to our third story. This takes us to April of 1976 in the state of New York. Stephen Thomas was 19 years old. Steve was a young man who was full of life. He was athletic, adventurous, and he absolutely loved hiking. He had spent a lot of time hiking in the rugged mountains of Washington state, so he was very experienced. He knew how to handle steep trails and rough weather. In April of 1976, Steve was living in New York. His good friend Bruce Weber contacted him. Bruce said that he and 4 of his friends were planning to go on a hike up Mount Marcy. Mount Marcy is the highest peak in the state of New York. It is a massive, beautiful mountain, but it is also very dangerous. The weather near the summit can change in an instant. It can go from sunny to freezing cold and windy in a matter of minutes. Steve did not know the other 4 guys who were going on the trip. But he trusted Bruce and he loved hiking, so he eagerly agreed to join them. On the morning of the hike, Steve was packing his gear at his home. His mother was watching him. She had a very strange, uneasy feeling in her chest. She looked at her son and told him that she had a really bad feeling about this trip. She told him that maybe he should just cancel. She did not like the idea of him going up such a rugged mountain with people he did not know very well. She begged him to stay home. But Steve just smiled. He was 19, he was confident, and he had a lot of hiking experience. He told his mother that she was worrying too much. He said everything would be completely fine and that he would see her in a couple of days. He gave her a hug, grabbed his gear, and left. On the 12th of April, 1976, the 6 young men began their trek up Mount Marcy. The hike was long and exhausting. The trail was steep and they had to carry heavy packs. By about 3:30 inches the afternoon, they had made their way near the summit of the mountain. They were very close to the top, but they were all completely exhausted. The wind was picking up and the temperature was starting to drop. The group decided that instead of pushing all the way to the summit today, they would make camp right where they were. They would pitch their tents, rest for the night, and then attack the summit the next morning when they were fresh. Everyone was relieved to stop and rest, except for Steve. Steve was restless. He had a lot of energy, and he did not want to sit around. The group set up their tents, and Steve went into Bruce's tent. He sat down and started studying the map of Mount Marcy. He looked at the trail leading up to the summit. He looked at Bruce and asked if he wanted to go for a quick walk up the path with him. He said he just wanted to stretch his legs and see what the trail looked like. But Bruce was exhausted. He told Steve no. He said he was too tired and that they should just wait and go up together tomorrow morning. Steve did not want to wait. He boiled some water and made himself some tea. He sat there for a bit, drinking his tea and looking at the map. But he just could not sit still. Finally, he folded the map up. He looked at Bruce and said that he was just going to walk up the path a little way by himself. He promised he would be right back. Bruce immediately told him that this was a bad idea. He told him not to go up there alone. The sun was starting to go down. The temperatures were dropping fast. The wind was getting stronger. It was a recipe for disaster. The other hikers, who did not know Steve very well, also chimed in. They told him he should just stay in the camp and rest. But Steve was stubborn. He shrugged his shoulders and said he would only be gone for a few minutes. Because Steve thought he was only going to be gone for a short walk, he did not pack any gear. He left his backpack in the tent. This backpack contained his food, his water, his map, his matches, and his extra warm clothing. He was wearing just a t-shirt and pants. Before he walked out of the tent, he grabbed a bright yellow rain jacket and threw it on over his t-shirt. That was it. He had no supplies. He had no way to make fire. He had no water. He just walked out of the tent and headed up the trail. At the time Steve left, the ground was covered in hard-packed snow. The snow was frozen solid, which actually made it very easy to walk on. You did not sink into it. And because it was a clear night, there was a bright full moon shining down on the mountain. The moonlight reflected off the white snow, making everything incredibly bright. You could see for a long distance without even using a flashlight. As Steve walked away from the camp, the other hikers were annoyed with him for being stubborn, but they were not really worried. They knew Steve was an experienced hiker. He had hiked in much tougher conditions in Washington. The trail was clear, the snow was hard, and the moon was bright. They figured he would walk up the trail for 10 or 15 minutes, get cold, and then turn around and come back to the warm tent. It seemed like a minor thing. But then, an hour went by. By this point, the sun had completely set. It was night. The temperature on the mountain had plummeted to well below freezing. The wind was howling through the trees. Steve had been gone for an hour, and he was only wearing a t-shirt and a light yellow rain jacket. He was not dressed to survive sub-freezing temperatures for long. The hikers realized that something was wrong. They walked a short distance up the trail and started yelling Steve's name into the wind. They listened, but they heard nothing. Only the sound of the wind. They realized they had to go look for him. The conditions were getting deadly, and if Steve was hurt or lost, he would freeze to death very quickly. The hikers turned back to their tents to grab their heavy winter gear and flashlights so they could go make a search trek up the mountain. Now, one of the 4 hikers that Steve did not know very well had brought his dog along on this trip. This dog was highly energetic. It was the kind of dog that loved being outdoors. It loved hiking. Anytime the dog had the chance to run around in the woods, it would do it in a heartbeat. It was never tired, and it was never scared. But when the owner went into his tent to get his gear, he went to grab his dog's leash to bring the dog with them to search for Steve. He figured the dog's sharp senses would help them find him in the dark. But the dog refused to leave the tent. The owner pulled on the leash, but the dog would not budge. Instead, the dog cowered in the very back of the tent. It was shaking. It was whimpering and acting like it was absolutely terrified of something that was right outside of the tent. The owner was stunned. He had never, in all his years, seen his dog act this way. The dog was so terrified that it refused to step 1 foot outside into the night. It would rather stay alone in a dark, cold tent on a mountain than go outside with its owner. The hikers did not have time to figure out what was wrong with the dog. They had to find Steve. They left the terrified dog in the tent and went out into the freezing night. They hiked up the trail, shining their flashlights and calling out. But the wind was too strong, and the cold was biting. After searching for a while, it became too dangerous for them to continue. They were starting to get hypothermia themselves. They had to make the painful decision to turn back to their camp. They crawled into their sleeping bags, listening to the wind, and prayed that Steve had somehow found shelter on the mountain. As soon as the sun rose the next morning, the hikers were out of their tent. They started searching again, yelling Steve's name. But there was no sign of him. The snow was still hard-packed, but there were no fresh footprints. After a few hours of searching, with no luck, the group had to make a decision. 3 of them decided to stay at the camp in case Steve returned. The other 3, including Bruce, began the grueling 4-hour hike down the mountain to get to a vehicle so they could drive to the nearest town and alert the authorities. Once the authorities were notified, they did not hesitate. They launched one of the largest and most intensive search and rescue operations in the history of the state of New York. Over the next 2 weeks, the mountain was crawling with searchers. They brought in helicopters to fly over the peaks. They brought in professional search dog teams. They had hundreds of ground searchers combing every single foot of the mountain. They were looking for any sign of Steve. They thought that because he was wearing a bright, high-visibility yellow rain jacket, he would be incredibly easy to spot against the white snow or the green trees. But they found absolutely nothing. It was like Steve had dissolved into the air. After 2 weeks of intense searching, the official rescue effort was called off. The authorities believed that Steve had succumbed to the elements and that his body was lost somewhere in a deep crevice. But Steve's family refused to give up. In particular, his older brother, Bob. Bob was 26 years old. He was in incredible physical shape, and he was extremely close with his younger brother, Steve. When the official search ended, Bob made a life-altering decision. He quit his job. He packed up his life and moved to the Mount Marcy area. He dedicated his entire life to finding his brother. For a whole year, Bob searched Mount Marcy. He did not just walk the main trails. He went deep into the trackless wilderness. He climbed steep cliffs. He crawled through thick brush. He searched caves and ravines. The veteran park rangers who worked on Mount Marcy began to joke that Bob knew the mountain better than they did. Over that year, Bob walked over 2,500 miles on the mountain. He reached the summit of Mount Marcy over 600 times. Every single time he went up, he took a different route. He looked under every boulder. He peered into every bush. He was looking for any scrap of yellow fabric. But he never found a single trace of his brother Steve. The only thing Bob did find during his year-long search was the skeletal remains of another hiker. This was a person who had gone missing on the mountain 3 years earlier. No one had been able to find him. Bob was able to recover those remains and bring closure to that missing hiker's family. But as for his own brother, there was nothing. This brings us to some very strange questions. How could Bob, who searched 2,500 miles and summited the mountain 600 times, miss his brother? Steve was wearing a bright yellow rain jacket. That jacket would not decompose in a year. It would have stood out like a beacon against the gray rocks and green trees. If Steve's body was on that mountain, Bob or the search dogs should have found him. And then there is the question of the dog. Why was that highly energetic trail dog so terrified that night? What was outside of the tents that made the dog cower in fear and refuse to help its owner? Dogs have senses that are far sharper than ours. They can smell and hear things we cannot. The dog clearly sensed something in the dark. Something that was close to the camp. Something that was terrifying. And why did Steve feel such an overwhelming urge to walk up that trail alone in the first place, leaving all of his survival gear behind? When we look at these 3 cases together, we start to see some truly bizarre patterns. These are the patterns that David Paulides writes about in his Missing 411 books. First, look at the victims. Kevin O'Keefe, Patrick Whalen, and Stephen Thomas. They were not inexperienced tourists. They were not people who got lost because they did not know how to read a map. Kevin took a wilderness survival class specifically for Alaska. Pat was a seasoned survivalist who had hiked thousands of miles on the Pacific Crest Trail. Steve was an experienced mountain hiker who had tackled rough terrain in Washington. These were men who knew the dangers of the woods. They knew that leaving your gear behind is a fatal mistake. Yet, all three of them did exactly that. Kevin left his fully packed backpack by a tree. Pat left his gear inside his zipped tent. Steve left his pack in Bruce's tent. Second, look at the tents. In both Kevin's case and Pat's case, the main support strut of their tents was broken or collapsed. A tent strut does not just break on its own unless there is extreme wind, but in both cases, the weather had not been bad enough to cause that kind of structural failure. It looked as if something had pushed down on the tents, or as if the tents had been grabbed. Third, look at the food. In the wilderness, food is gold to wild animals. If you leave food out in the open in Alaska or Montana, it will be gone in hours. Bears, wolves, and rodents will smell it and find it. But in Kevin's case, his food was left out in the open and remained completely untouched. In Pat's case, his food was inside a tent for 6 months and no animals ever ripped the tent to get to it. It is as if the local wildlife was actively avoiding these campsites. This is a huge red flag. Animals avoid areas where they feel a dominant, terrifying presence. And finally, look at the hints of a threat. Pat Whalen's empty knife sheath suggests he heard something so threatening that he drew his knife and stepped outside to face it. The dog on Mount Marcy was so terrified of whatever was outside the tent that it cowered and whimpered. If we try to reconstruct what actually happened to these men, we have to look past these standard explanations. The authorities wanted to believe these were simple accidents. They wanted to believe Kevin fell in a gully, Pat got lost, and Steve froze in a crevice. But the evidence does not support those theories. If Kevin fell into a gully, why were his boots, hat, and glove liner found neatly tucked away in that gully half a mile from his camp while his body was nowhere to be found? Why would he walk half a mile barefoot over rough Alaskan terrain? It is physically impossible to do that without destroying your feet, yet his boots were found clean and undamaged. Did something carry him there? Did something force him to take his boots off? If Pat got lost, why did he leave all his gear, including his boots, inside his zipped tent? A survivalist does not wander off into the Montana woods barefoot without his gear. He stepped outside with his knife to face something. Whatever it was, it took him. It took him without a struggle, without leaving a drop of blood, and without disturbing the tent. If Steve froze in a crevice on Mount Marcy, why did his brother, who searched 2,500 miles, never find a single thread of his bright yellow jacket? Why did the dog cower in fear? There are many theories about what is happening in these deep forests. Some people believe there are wild, feral humans living in the remote areas of our national parks. They believe these people have lived off the grid for generations and they hunt campers for survival. They know the terrain perfectly. They know how to move without leaving tracks. They know how to ambush someone silently. Others believe there are predators in the woods that science has not yet discovered. They talk about legendary creatures like Bigfoot or Sasquatch. They point to the broken tent struts, the heavy objects being moved, and the way search dogs refuse to track the scent. They say that animals are terrified of these creatures, which would explain why no wildlife came near Kevin's or Pat's campsites to eat the food. And then there are those who believe in even stranger things. They talk about portals or tears in space and time. They believe that under certain conditions, people walk off a trail and simply slip into another dimension. This would explain why people disappear in a second and why their bodies are sometimes found in areas that had been searched by hundreds of people multiple times. We will likely never know the truth. The government and the Park Service continue to remain silent about these disappearances. They do not want to scare the public. They do not want people to stop visiting the parks. But the files remain open. The aftermath of these disappearances is a heavy, lingering grief. For the families of Kevin, Pat, and Steve, there is no closure. There is no grave to visit. There are no answers. They are left with a permanent void in their lives. They are left with the haunting knowledge that their loved ones went into the beautiful, peaceful woods and encountered something so terrifying that they were never seen again. When you go into the deep woods, it is easy to feel small. You look up at the giant trees and you realize how massive the wilderness is. You feel a sense of awe. But the next time you are out there and the sun starts to go down and the forest gets quiet, pay attention. Listen to the wind. Look at the shadows. If the birds suddenly stop singing and the woods go completely silent, remember these stories. Remember that you might not be as alone as you think. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. A chilly and rainy evening in late January of 1965 marks the beginning of the story. In the Lebanonian village of Antelias, which is located just a short distance to the north of Beirut, we are situated on a stretch of shoreline. Furthermore, for a young police officer by the name of Fareed Jabber, this evening was about to bring about a sea change in his life. Everything about the weather was terrible. The sand on the beach was transformed into a chilly, dark slush as a result of the continuous and freezing rain that was blowing down. In addition to the deep darkness that was pressing in from all directions, the wind howled in from the sea. The kind of night that would have been ideal for sensible people to be at home, tucked away in their cozy beds. Furthermore, Fareed fervently wanted that he was one of its members. While he was out here, strolling along the beach with his companion, he had his jacket drawn over him, but it wasn't doing anything to help him. The chilly air had already penetrated his bones to a great extent. However, Fareed was in need of this employment. For someone who lived in a small town like Antelias, being a police officer was more than simply a job. It was a future. Not only did it pay well, but it was also respected, and for Fareed, it was the basis around which he was constructing his entire existence with his life. He was responsible for a family and a future that he needed to ensure. There was no way that I could let this position go. In other words, if that meant patrolling a deserted beach in the midst of a winter storm, then that is exactly what he would do without hesitation. He acknowledged that there were going to be aspects of the job that would be quite inconvenient for him. To put it simply, he was completely unaware of how miserable this particular evening was going to become. It was a phone call that brought them out here in the first place. This was the reason why they were here. Someone had called the station a little while ago, and their voice was hurried and a little bit scared because of the situation. They reported that they had saw something peculiar lying on the beach, close to the waterline. Despite the fact that they were unsure of what it was, they thought it appeared to be a person when viewed in the dim light. It is a body. At this point, Antelias was a tranquil location. The occurrence of violent crime was virtually unheard of. There were more than just bodies that were discovered washed up on the strand. In light of this, Fareed and his companion were skeptical as they made their way through the sand, their flashlight beams making unsteady circles in the darkness. According to Fareed, it was most likely just some trash that had washed up on the shore, or it could have been a gigantic dead marine monster. It was more than anything else that he was irritated. Being called out into this storm for something that was almost certainly going to be of no consequence seemed like a waste of time during that moment. The idea that they were going to discover a human body on the beach was completely out of the question. Then, however, as they continued to stroll, something drew the attention of their lights. A shadowy figure was laying unmoving on the sand at a considerable distance from the beach. It was nothing more than a lump in the darkness, a mere item. Nevertheless, even from a much greater distance, there was an indisputably human quality to its appearance. This was the perfect shape. This was the perfect size. There was an instantaneous disappearance of the annoyance that Farid had been experiencing, and in its stead was a chilly knot of dread in his stomach. This was the end. This is what the person who called came upon. He and his partner shared a glance with one another. They chose not to flee. You do not behave in such manner. You have no idea who or what is waiting for you at this moment. In the event that this was in fact a person, and if something unfortunate had occurred to them, the person responsible might still be in the vicinity, keeping a watchful eye from the rocks or the dunes. They moved at a measured pace as they approached each other carefully. They continued to keep their headlamps on, looking at everything from the breaking waves on one side to the dark and murky dunes on the other side of the region. But there was nobody on the beach. Anything else that was out of place was not present. The only things that could be seen on the sand in front of them were the wind, the rain, and that solitary person. Farid's expertise as a police officer took control as they approached closer, but his mind was still having trouble accepting what his eyes were witnessing. Now, he was able to make out additional details. The physical form of a torso, arms, and legs. This is most certainly a person, he thought to himself. In the sand, there is a body that is resting on its back. On the other hand, there was a peculiarity about it. The manner in which it was laid was not natural in any sense. He was unable to pinpoint exactly what it was, but the proportions did not seem to be quite right. Simply put, the silhouette was unexpected. At long last, the individuals were standing immediately above it. In order to shed light on the situation, they directed both of their flashlight beams downward. And it was at that precise time that Farid realized why the body had appeared to be so peculiar. I have no doubt that it was a person. The body of a man was found there. But he was very lacking in his head. The scene was shocking to see. There was no longer any possibility that the person had drowned by accident or suffered some other kind of catastrophe. The decapitation revealed a story that was both plain and terrible. It was a murderous act. Someone had murdered this man, subjected him to this heinous act, and then either dumped his body on this beach or tossed him into the water so that he would wash up on the coast. The most heinous form of foul play was being committed here. Farid and his companion plunged straight into the process, despite the fact that their hearts were beating extremely fast. It was necessary for them to safeguard the scene. As they drew their service guns, the metal was cold and heavy in their hands, and they conducted a search that was both more extensive and more comprehensive in the local vicinity. There was a search conducted behind the rocks, in the sand dunes, and anywhere else that someone might be hiding. But there was no one present. With the exception of the two of them and the gloomy discovery that was lying at their feet, the beach was entirely quiet and empty. They returned to the body while the rain continued to fall, and the light from their flashlights created a small, isolated bubble of light in the wide blackness that surrounded them. The two of them began conversing, their voices low and intense, as they attempted to determine what their next step would be. Now, you need to keep in mind that this took place in a little community in Lebanon in the middle of the 1960s. Their law enforcement agency was not a large high-tech enterprise that covered a large area. A small force with few resources, they were a formidable adversary. They were unable to call for assistance or notify a forensics team because they did not have radios. They were just unable to provide the kind of comprehensive response that would be expected in the event of a homicide in the modern era. It would be necessary for one of them to really walk all the way back to the station, file a report, and rally the other police in order to initiate any kind of inquiry. It was a laborious and time-consuming process. On top of that, killings were so uncommon in this area that they did not even have a conventional procedure for dealing with them. In a very literal sense, they were making it up as they went along to get what they wanted. As they stood over the body and discussed the various choices available to them, a plan started to take shape. To do so was the only reasonable course of action. It was necessary for one of them to remain here with the body. In order to ensure that the murderer would not return for any reason, they were required to keep a watchful eye on the crime scene and make certain that it was not altered in any way. It would be necessary for the other officer to make the arduous journey back to the station in order to initiate the formal investigation. By the time dawn rolled around, the objective was to have a full team of investigators back here. On the other hand, this meant that one of them would have to spend the entire night on this icy, storm-tossed beach by themselves next to a headless body. The two officers exchanged glances with one another. Both back then and now, it was a rule that was never explicitly stated. All of the challenging tasks are given to the junior man. Farid was the inferior officer in the hierarchy. It was immediately apparent that he was going to be the one to take on this dreadful responsibility. He recalled the things that he had always told himself about this work from the beginning. He was in need of it, despite the fact that it would be uncomfortable. He was in need of the income. It didn't matter how terrible the responsibility was, he couldn't afford to lose his job because he refused to perform it. In response, Farid simply nodded his head as his companion looked at him with a questioning expression on his face. He said, "Fine," with his voice barely audible over the wind. "I'm fine. I'll stay here. I'll watch the body. You go get the investigation started. I'll see you in the morning." After his buddy had departed, Farid felt the whole weight of the situation come crashing down on him. His silhouette was swiftly swallowed up by the rain and the darkness. Now he was all by himself. His realization of what he was going to have to accomplish over the next few hours was a terrifying experience. There were other factors at play as well, such as the bitterly low temperatures and the pouring rain. The fact that he was standing guard over a person who had been murdered was the catalyst. This barren expanse of sand was an area that he was sharing with a deceased individual. In addition to that, there was the persistent and nagging fear that was present. There was a possibility that the individual who committed this crime, who murdered this man and severed his head, is still at large. It was true that they had conducted a search, but it was not absolutely certain that the murderer was not hiding someplace close and keeping an eye on him. It was not the cold that caused the shiver to run down his spine, rather it was the thought that caused it. What would happen if they returned? What would happen if they desired to influence the body in a different way? What would happen if they regarded him as a potential danger or a witness who needed to be suppressed? Farid was currently protecting the evidence, but he was also a possible target for the investigation. It was the stuff that nightmares are made of. Still, he made an effort to stabilize himself. Reminding himself that he had been trained as a police officer, he said. In no way was he helpless. He was holding his assigned handgun, which was securely ensconced in its holster. On his belt was the service knife that he carried. If someone did emerge from the shadows with the intention of attacking him, he would be able to protect himself. He was capable of holding his own. This was a mantra that he chanted to himself over and over again in order to combat the fear. The hours passed by glacially. There was never a sign of relief. Farid felt the force of it pressing down on him, and he shook violently. It was expected of him to remain cautious, keeping a watchful eye on the crime scene and being aware. On the contrary, sleep was not even a possibility. On the other hand, he was so miserable, so thoroughly fatigued, and so incredibly cold. In an effort to preserve the meager amount of body heat that he still possessed, he found himself lowering down onto the wet sand, drawing his knees to his chest, and putting his arms around himself. In the midst of this pitiful circumstance, all he was doing was attempting to locate a sliver of solace. And he did that at some point in time. In spite of the fact that he was freezing and terrified, as well as the fact that there was a dead body only a few feet away, he became so comfortable that his body betrayed him. It was somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning when Farid Jabber finally succumbed to sleep. After some time had passed, he suddenly awoke with a start. The pounding of his heart could be felt in his chest. Suddenly, he was overcome with a rush of utter panic. It was immediately apparent to him that he had committed a grave error. It was not appropriate for him to go to sleep. During the course of the inquiry into the murder, he was meant to be protecting the body, which is the single most significant piece of evidence of all. He recalled his anxiety about the possibility that the murderer may return. Additionally, he had just dozed off, leaving the location in a state of utter vulnerability. His thoughts were racing as he struggled to get to his feet. His eyes swept the area. It was still dark, it was still raining, and the temperature was quite chilly. His flashlight was directed at the location where the body was supposed to be, and he turned around to face it. And there was no one present at the location. The physique had vanished. Fear was his first instinct, and it was pure and basic. The perpetrator of the crime was present. It is likely that they sneaked up on him while he was sleeping and managed to steal his body. Perhaps they are still in the vicinity. Without thinking, he grabbed for his firearm, and his hand went to the holster that was attached to his hip. But the only thing his fingertips discovered was leather that was empty. He had his revolver removed from his holster, which was exposed. Suddenly, the horror was a reality now. He had been left to watch a crime scene, and in the span of a few hours, he had been able to disarm himself and find the body of the person who had been murdered. It was the end of his career. This man was a shame. However, at this moment, his primary priority was to ensure his own survival. Even though the murderer had been here close enough to steal his pistol, it is possible that he is still keeping an eye on him. Thankfully, he was still in possession of his knife. He removed it from its sheath, the blade shining brightly in the dim light that was present. Only that was left for him to do. He gripped it firmly while his eyes darted around the beach, which was at night. Where do I begin? Frantically, he pondered about it. Do you know where the body is? Where can I find my firearm? As soon as he realized the dreadful truth, his mind began searching for plausible reasons, anything other than the truth. Perhaps it was an animal, he pondered. Perhaps a giant animal emerged and pulled the body away from the scene. Through the use of his flashlight, he searched the sand for any signs of drag marks. In contrast, there was nothing. Although part of it would have been washed away by the rain, there ought to have been some evidence of it. Aside from that, what kind of animal would remove a handgun from its holster after carefully unclipping it? It was completely illogical. After then, he had another thought. The current. It's possible that a strong wave had collided with the shore, snatched the body, and then dragged it back out into the ocean. Both the absence of drag marks and the fact that it had vanished would be explained by this. But he looked at the spot where he had been resting, which was only a few feet away from the location where the body had been. In the event that a wave that was large enough to move the body of a fully grown man had come up, it would have most certainly hit him as well. It would have saturated him while simultaneously waking him up in an instant. Once more, it did not provide an explanation for the missing gun. A gun that was protected by a holster could not be removed by a wave. At long last, the horrifying realization entered the picture. One answer was the only one that could account for all of the data. Someone had arrived at this location while he was sleeping. A person had picked up the body and relocated it to a different location. During the time that he was sleeping, someone had reached over him and seized his gun. For the entirety of the night, he had been dreading the worst-case scenario, and it had finally come true. The perpetrator of the crime had made his return, and he had slept through it all. It was earlier that night, before Fareed and his partner had even arrived, and this is what had actually taken place earlier that evening. An individual by the name of Habib Jabber, who was Fareed's own cousin, had been strolling down the beach by himself. Perhaps he was just going for a walk to get his thoughts organized, but we don't know for sure why he was there. On the other hand, he was assaulted while he was there. A person ambushed him with the intention of robbing him. The thief ended up killing Habib after something went wrong, which led to a struggle between the two of them. Next, the murderer severed Habib's head, either out of a state of fear or possibly for some other more sinister motive. Although he left his headless body on the sand, he removed the head of Habib as well as the money that he had stolen, and then he returned to his home, which was located in close proximity to the beach. However, after a few hours had passed, the murderer began to feel anxious as he was sitting in his home. He was sorry for his error. The decision to abandon the body was a poor one. It was a substantial piece of evidence that could be identified as belonging to him with relative ease. His decision was that he needed to return. The body needed to be retrieved and disposed of in the appropriate manner, and he needed to get rid of all the evidence for good. So he walked back to the beach, which was the location where the crime had occurred. On the other hand, when he arrived, he witnessed something that caused his blood to turn ice cold. Not only was the body no longer by itself, it was now being protected by a law enforcement officer. Fareed Jabber, the victim's cousin, was the officer who was responsible for the murder, even though the perpetrator was unaware of this fact. It is essential to comprehend that Fareed was unaware of the identity of the victim during the entirety of this narrative. All he was aware of was the fact that a man had been killed in the incident. It was impossible for him to identify the body as belonging to his own cousin, Habib, because the head was missing from the body. The only thing he thought was that it was a stranger. Now, when the murderer noticed Fareed standing watch, his initial reaction was to turn around and flee the dangerous situation. It was a failure of his plan. It was impossible for him to reach the body. However, he made the decision to creep a little bit closer in order to observe what was taking place. In addition, while he observed the scene from the shadows, he came to an astounding realization. It was discovered that Fareed, the police officer, had slept off while on the job. He was given the opportunity. Keeping a low profile, the murderer approached the scene of the crime in complete silence. During the time that Fareed was sleeping, he picked up the body of Habib and carried it away, heading back towards his house at the extremity of the beach. Following that, he returned for a second time. It was then that he realized Fareed, who was still asleep, had a service weapon concealed in his holster. This was an opportunity that he simply could not let go of. With great care and in complete silence, he removed the clip from the holster, eased the revolver out, and then took it as well. The fact that Fareed was outwitted and disarmed by the murderer while he was sleeping is, in all actuality, the worst thing that he could have possibly imagined happening to him. The killer had now brought the body, the head, and Fareed's gun back to his house, which was located farther down the beach. In his latest scheme, he intended to ignite a massive fire and destroy everything. The evidence should be completely destroyed. As a result, he began making preparations. Immediately, he reached for an axe and started chopping up firewood right there at the edge of the beach, not too far away from where Fareed was resting. At that very instant, when the murderer was chopping wood, Fareed awoke in a condition of complete and utter panic, having come to the realization that both his body and his pistol had vanished entirely. He was in a state of utter desperation. Eventually, he was able to spot him despite the rain. Chopping wood is a man who may be seen at the very end of the beach. This man was completely unknown to Fareed at this point. There was no doubt in his mind that he was unaware that this was the individual who had just committed the murder of his cousin and taken his service weapon. In Fareed's eyes, this was nothing more than a man who lived in the neighborhood. Fareed's head, however, was filled with an idea as he struggled to find a solution. He lives in such close proximity to the location of the incident. Possibly, he witnessed something. Perhaps he picked up on something. Assuming he was able to assist him in locating the deceased individual and his firearm, he might be able to save his career. As a result, Fareed began going along the beach while holding his own service knife. He was entirely oblivious to the fact that he was about to come face to face with the person who had murdered his cousin. Let's fast forward a few hours to the morning of the following day. At long last, the storm had subsided, and a light that was a light gray in color was seen spreading across the sky. Fareed's companion went back to the shore, and this time he wasn't wandering about by himself. Additionally, he was accompanied by a small group of investigators who were prepared to initiate the official investigation. As they got closer to the location, his companion peered down the beach and noticed a solitary individual standing on the sand near to what appeared to be a decapitated body lying on the ground. In the beginning, he experienced a rush of relief. First, there was Farid, and then there was the body, he thought to himself. The scene is safe to be in. The appearance is exactly the same as it was when I left it. However, as they became closer to one another, the partner began to become aware of things that were not right. Squinting, he attempted to make sense of what he was seeing by focusing his eyes. It was wearing the improper clothes when the body was found lying on the ground. The victim had been wearing clothes that were completely different from what they had been wearing the previous evening. He had no doubts about it. Where did this place come from? This intriguing disparity was just the beginning of the situation. When the partner and the detectives eventually arrived at the body and got a close look at it, it was impossible to deny why they had found it. This was not the same body that had been found the previous evening. The clothing was not the only factor. Someone else was the one in question. Despite the fact that the partner was unaware of it at the time, this was not the body of Farid's cousin. However, it was determined that it was not Farid's body. At that very moment, Farid was standing right there next to it, seeming pale and very fatigued. In point of fact, it would come out that the scene that morning appeared to be was almost entirely different from what it actually was. Together with the detectives, the partner was required to spend the remainder of the day conducting a thorough investigation of the entire beach as well as the village that was adjacent to it. They also had to conduct dozens of interviews with anyone who might have seen or heard anything. Piece by excruciating piece, they pieced together the story in a slow and methodical manner. And because the fact that they discovered was so odd and so perverted, it would soon become a topic of discussion in newspapers all across the world. For the reason that Farid had approached the man who was chopping wood when he was walking down that beach, he was so overwhelmed by his desire to keep his work that he had approached him. When he had questioned him if he had seen anything weird, he had inquired as to whether or not he knew what had happened to the body that had been there just a few hours before. Undoubtedly, the man pretended to be a fool. Yes, he was the murderer. He had no intention of admitting guilt. In addition, while they were standing there conversing, Farid's thoughts started to construct a new concept that was extremely dreadful. His life was ruined. It was the end of his career. But then, he turned his attention to this stranger, this man who was standing on a beach that was completely empty. Nobody else was in the vicinity. Not a single witness was present. Farid was still in possession of his knife. During that time of complete and utter dread and the need to protect himself, he made a terrible decision. In his mind, he pondered, what if I simply replace the body? Nobody will ever be aware of it. That is just what Farid did in this situation. It was with his knife that he attacked the man, and he ended up killing him. After that, in a gruesome reiteration of the initial act, he severed his head from his body and dragged it back to the beach where it had been at the beginning. In an effort to save his own employment, he was attempting to construct the scenario in such a way that it appeared as though nothing had changed. When his colleague and the cops came, he was standing there close to the body of the man he had just killed. He had only just finished killing him. He was going to act as if he had been watching over the situation during the entire night. However, Farid had no way of knowing that the random man he picked to kill in order to cover up his error was not at all a random man. He had no means of knowing this beforehand. It was the same individual who had just a few hours earlier been responsible for the death of his cousin, Habib. It was completely unknown to Farid. When he was trying to save himself, he believed that he was killing a total stranger. However, in a surprising and inexplicable turn of events, he had genuinely and unintentionally avenged the death of his cousin. Nevertheless, the fact that justice had been delivered in a convoluted and circuitous manner did not alter the reality of the situation. Even yet, Farid Jabber had committed the heinous crime of murdering a man. He was taken into custody for the crime of murder. His frantic effort to rescue his work had not only been unsuccessful, but it had also transformed him into a murderer himself, destroying the very life that he had been so terrified of losing. You are very much appreciated for watching. If you watched today's program, please share your thoughts with me in the comments section. You should also keep in mind that we have a whole playlist of episodes of true crime ready for you to watch in one sitting right now. Up until the next time, what's up? Think about the last time something happened to you that felt too precise to be an accident. Maybe it was small. You thought of someone you hadn't spoken to in years, and they called that afternoon. Maybe it was slightly stranger than that. Or maybe, if you're honest, there was one moment in your life that you still can't fully explain. One moment where the timing was so exact, the collision of two separate paths so perfectly arranged that the idea of pure randomness starts to feel almost naive. The 5 stories you're about to hear are not small coincidences. One of them is about a father and a daughter, both looking for each other on the same street on the same afternoon, captured together in a single photograph neither of them knew was being taken. One is about a man who told Hollywood he was nobody and accidentally convinced the right person that he was exactly who they needed. One is about a man who has been swallowed by the ocean, by the jungle, by sharks, and eventually by a whale, and who keeps walking back out. One is about a sheriff on a plane in a snowstorm who looked out his window at exactly the right second and saved a man who did not deserve to be saved. One is about a stranger who got into the wrong truck and ended up destroying the one life that had nothing to do with any of it. 5 stories. 5 moments where you'll ask yourself, what are the odds? But here's the thing about that question. Sometimes the answer is beautiful. Sometimes the answer is that the universe quietly intervened and 2 people found each other after a decade of searching. And sometimes the answer is that the same impossible precision, the same 1 in a trillion alignment of time and place puts a monster exactly where he needs to be. The odds don't care which outcome you're hoping for. They just land where they land. Let's get into it. If you're someone who likes strange, dark, and mysterious stories told like a film, you are in exactly the right place. That is all we do here, and we upload once a week. Hit subscribe, turn on notifications, and let's go. In 2007, a 60-year-old man named Michael Dick was living a quiet life in Bow, East London, with his wife and 2 daughters. He had spent most of his working years as a carpenter, and now, semi-retired, he spent the bulk of his time around family, around friends, in the rhythm of a life that was ordinary, in the best sense of the word. But that year, something started pulling at him. 10 years earlier, Michael had gone through a difficult divorce from his first wife. The split had been messy, the kind of divorce that leaves no clean lines, no good feelings, and a lot of distance between people who once shared a life. When it was finalized, his ex-wife had stayed in the family home in Sudbury, in the county of Suffolk, about an hour and a half north of London. Their daughter from that marriage, Lisa, who had been 21 at the time, had stayed with her mother. And Michael had gone south. And the years had passed. And now 10 of them were gone. He hadn't spoken to Lisa in a decade. He didn't have her phone number. He didn't know her address. He didn't even know where his ex-wife was anymore, which meant that route was closed too. Lisa had been 21 when he last saw her. She was 31 now. He had missed a significant portion of her adult life, and sitting with that fact in 2007, Michael found that he could no longer just let it sit. He talked to his wife. He talked to his 2 younger daughters. He told them he needed to find Lisa. Not wanted to, need to. And so they agreed. They would go to Sudbury and start from the only fixed point they still had, which was the address of the old family home. In August of that year, Michael and his 2 daughters loaded into the car and drove north to Sudbury. He found his old street. He parked in front of the house he had once lived in, got out alone, walked to the door, and knocked. A family he didn't recognize answered. They knew nothing about his ex-wife. They knew nothing about Lisa. They wished him luck and closed the door, and Michael walked back to the car carrying the particular weight of a plan that had already failed at the first step. The three of them drove around Sudbury for a while, half hoping they might simply spot Lisa on the street somewhere, knowing that was almost certainly not going to happen, and gradually arriving at a more practical idea: the local newspaper. If they could get a small feature placed in the Suffolk Free Press, a photo, a short write-up, Michael's contact information, a note explaining that he was looking for his daughter, maybe Lisa would see it. Maybe she still had connections to Sudbury. Maybe someone who knew her would pass it along. They drove to the paper's offices and went inside. A reporter listened to Michael's story and agreed it was worth a small feature. He and a photographer brought Michael and his daughters outside. The photographer positioned them on the pavement in front of the building and took the picture. Michael thanked them. He and his daughters got back in the car and drove home to East London. Now we need to follow Lisa. At the same time, Michael had been sitting in East London, feeling the pull toward his first daughter. Lisa, now 31, married, a mother of 3, had been feeling the exact same pull in reverse. She had been thinking about her father, about the fact that her own children had a grandfather they had never met, about whether it was too late to do something about that. She had no way to reach him, no phone number, no address. She checked social media and found nothing. She asked her mother and her friends for ideas and came up with no clear path forward. Then, one afternoon in August, Lisa was in the break room at her office when she picked up a copy of the Suffolk Free Press that someone had left on the coffee table. She flipped through the pages. And then she stopped, because she saw herself. There was a photograph in the paper taken somewhere in Sudbury, and in the background of that photograph was a woman who was clearly her, walking along the pavement. She had been in Sudbury just a couple of days earlier, visiting her mother, talking about strategies for finding her father, and then walking back through the town center to get to her car. She glanced at the caption. The 3 people in the foreground of that photograph, the man and the 2 girls who were the actual subject of the image, were her father and her 2 half-sisters. She just hadn't recognized them. She was looking at her own image in the background and hadn't yet processed that the strangers in the front were the people she had been looking for. For a moment, just breathe with that. On the one afternoon that Lisa was in Sudbury specifically to discuss how to find her father, she walked into the frame of the photograph her father was having taken for the purpose of finding her. 100 feet separated them on that pavement. They were walking in the same direction, in the same town, for the same reason, without knowing the other was there. And the photographer, who had no idea any of this was happening, pressed the shutter at exactly the moment that captured all of them in the same frame. Lisa read the article. She got her father's contact information. She called him. Michael's first reaction, reportedly, was that this was a scam. Someone had read the article, seen an opportunity, and was impersonating his daughter. It took some convincing. But eventually, he believed it was real, and he drove straight to Sudbury, and he met his grandchildren for the first time. Today, Michael and Lisa are still in contact. There is no explanation for why the photographer took the shot at that precise second. There is no explanation for why Lisa happened to be in Sudbury on that particular day. There is no explanation for why, out of all the days and all the streets and all the windows and all the copies of a local newspaper sitting on coffee tables across that part of England, these 2 people found each other through a single accidental image in a free weekly paper. But here is the detail that stays with me longest. Lisa had gone to Sudbury specifically to talk to her mother about strategies for finding her father. That was the purpose of the trip. She was sitting in her mother's house, probably at a kitchen table, probably with a cup of something warm, working through the problem of how to locate someone who had moved on and left no trail. And then she walked back through the town center to get to her car. Mike, someone at that same moment, was standing in front of the offices of the local paper, being photographed for the article that was supposed to solve the exact same problem from his direction. They were not just in the same town. They were both actively in the middle of searching. Both of them mid-effort, mid-plan, mid-hope. And neither knew the other was there 100 feet behind them doing the same thing from the other side. When Lisa eventually called Michael and convinced him it was real, and he drove to Sudbury to meet her, There would have been a moment, some moment in that first meeting, maybe over a meal, maybe standing on a doorstep where someone said, "We were there at the same time." We were that close. And neither of us knew. What do you do with that? There's no clean emotional response to it. There is grief in it. 10 years of distance, of not knowing, of children growing up without grandparents, and a father without his daughter. There is also something that feels almost like a joke the universe is telling, except the punchline is one you actually wanted. They were looking for each other. They were right there. A photograph caught what neither of them could see. Sometimes the universe just gets it right. And sometimes it lets you see the evidence afterward. In the final semester of his college education in Wisconsin, a 21-year-old man named Harry signed up for an acting class because he thought it would be easy. He was shy by nature and figured the class might help him come out of himself a little. He expected to sit in a room, read some lines, get his grade, and move on. Instead, two things happened. He met the woman who would become his wife. And he discovered, to his genuine surprise, that he actually loved acting. When he graduated, Harry and his new wife made the decision that most people who feel that particular love decide to make. They went to Hollywood. He auditioned for Columbia Pictures' New Talent Program, a pipeline designed to give new actors and actresses a foot in the door at a time when getting any foothold in Hollywood was nearly impossible. He was accepted. He signed a contract that paid him almost nothing. And the program immediately began sending him out for parts. Nobody wanted Harry. This is not a cruel summary, it's what happened. Month after month, the only roles that materialized were minor and non-speaking. The kind of roles that don't advance a career. The kind that fills out a crowd scene. After 2 years of this, in 1966, something changed. Harry was offered a speaking role in an actual film. Not a lead. Not a supporting part. A 60-second scene where he played a bellhop in a hotel, walked on screen, called out for a guest, found the guest, handed him a piece of paper, and left. Forgettable. But real. A real scene in a real movie with real lines that he actually got to say. Harry went to the studio and filmed it. He thought it went well. He came back to the New Talent Program offices afterward, and before he'd barely gotten through the door, one of the producers in charge of the program called him over and asked him to come upstairs. They sat down. The producer told him he had seen the scene. And then he told Harry directly and without much warmth that he was not going to make it in Hollywood. He said, when Tony Curtis carried groceries across a room in one of his first movies, everyone watching knew immediately that man was going to be a star. You could see something in him even when he was doing nothing. When you walked around as that bellhop, I didn't see it. You don't have it. You are not going to be a movie star. Harry sat there for a moment. Then he leaned forward and said, if Tony was such a good actor, shouldn't we have believed he was just a grocery delivery boy, not a movie star? The producer fired him on the spot. Harry signed a similar deal with Universal Studios. Universal's feedback was slightly different in its wording, but identical in its conclusion. Not pretty enough, not talented enough, no future here. By the mid-1970s, Harry was in his mid-30s. He still wanted to act, that hadn't changed. The love of it hadn't gone anywhere, but he was making almost nothing from it. He had a wife. He had 2 sons. He needed money. And so he made a decision that had nothing to do with any particular aptitude and everything to do with necessity. He would become a carpenter. He checked out every how-to book on carpentry he could find at the library. He practiced. He did projects around his own house. And then, when he felt either sufficiently confident or sufficiently desperate, he started calling people in his network and asking if anyone needed woodworking done. Hollywood, it turned out, had a surprising number of people who needed woodworking done, and before long, Harry had built up enough of a client base that someone gave him a name, the Carpenter to the Stars. Which was, as he would later acknowledge himself, somewhat ironic, given that he was frequently spotted on job sites holding a carpentry manual in one hand while doing the actual carpentry with the other. In 1976, Harry had been a full-time carpenter for about a year when one of his closest friends, a man named Fred Roos, who was a casting director and film producer, called him with what he described as an opportunity. Harry was not interested. He said so directly. He had accepted, more or less, that acting was behind him. He had a family to support, a business that was working, and no desire to go back into rooms where people told him he wasn't good enough. Fred told him this was different. This wasn't a standard audition. This was a situation where a very specific, very unusual director needed one more person for an audition session, and the person was not being asked to actually try out for anything. He would just sit in the room, read lines so the real candidates could deliver their performances against someone, and that was it. The director, who was known for running group auditions so he could assess chemistry and dynamic in real time, was short one male actor because someone had dropped out last minute. Fred had volunteered Harry to fill the slot. Harry pointed out, not incorrectly, that this sounded like a waste of an afternoon. Fred acknowledged that it might be. But he also pointed out that this director was becoming a significant figure in Hollywood and that the other people in that room were going to be people worth knowing, even if nothing came of the acting. Worst case, Harry walked away with a couple of potential carpentry clients and an afternoon out of the house. Fred said, "Just go. Read the lines. Don't try to act. They told me specifically he's there to facilitate the audition, not to participate in it. Just go." Harry went. He was handed the script. He was reminded more than once that he was not auditioning. Just read the lines. Monotone was fine. The other people in the room were the ones being evaluated. He was furniture. And so Harry sat there, bored, slightly irritated at having been voluntold into this situation, not performing for anyone, and just reading, being himself. Which, as it turned out, meant coming across as a grumpy, sarcastic, somewhat alpha man who didn't particularly care what anyone in the room thought of him. Because he didn't. He was only there because Fred had essentially guilt-tripped him into it, and he wasn't pretending otherwise. This, as it turned out, was exactly the quality that the director had been trying to find in one of the central characters of the film he was casting. That specific gravity, that particular kind of man who seems like he's not performing for anyone because he isn't. Nobody told Harry what was happening. He read the lines all day, decided at the end of the session that he could now throw the script in the trash and never think about this again, and was on his way out when the director walked up to him. The director's name was George Lucas. The man he had been watching all day, the man who thought he was just there to read lines and go home, was Harrison Ford. And George Lucas said, "I was wrong. You are perfect for this. I need you to play Han Solo." Harrison Ford said yes. The rest of that story is a matter of record. Star Wars was released in 1977 and became one of the most successful films in cinema history. Harrison Ford went from a carpenter who kept books in his tool belt to one of the most recognizable actors alive. A few years after all of this, after Star Wars, after the sequels, after Harrison Ford had become the kind of name people recognized everywhere, he was having lunch at a restaurant on a Hollywood studio lot when a waiter approached with a silver tray. On the tray was a single business card. The waiter set it down and walked away. Harrison picked up the card and flipped it over. On one side, written by hand, were 3 words: "I missed my bet." On the other side was the name of the producer from the new talent program, the one who had called Harry into his office in 1966, told him he had no future, and fired him on the spot. The man was apparently in the same restaurant, had spotted Harrison across the room, and had sent over that card as an acknowledgement. A concession. An olive branch, maybe, or just an honest admission from someone who had been spectacularly wrong? Harrison Ford would later say in interviews that the moment he understood what he was looking at the card, the message, the implication that this producer was somewhere in that room watching him, he scanned the room once, couldn't pick the man out because he genuinely had no idea what he looked like, decided he wasn't going to waste any more time looking, set the card down on the table, and went back to his lunch. He didn't need to find the man. The card said everything. There are people who appear to exist slightly outside the normal rules. Michael Packard is one of them. In 2001, when Michael was 38 years old, he was on a small plane over Costa Rica when it crashed. The pilot, co-pilot, and one passenger were killed on impact. Michael and 4 other passengers survived badly, injured, stranded in a remote section of jungle with no road access and no way to know whether the distress signal they were sending from the wreckage was reaching anyone. They waited 48 hours. Rescuers found them. A doctor at the hospital where Michael was treated told him afterward that based on his injuries, he would not have survived another night in the jungle. The odds of being in a plane crash at all, depending on your source, sit somewhere between 1 in 5 million and 1 in 20 million. To be in one, to survive it, and to be told you had one night left, that alone is a story most people would carry for the rest of their lives. Michael carried it and kept moving. Over the following 2 decades, Michael, who worked as a commercial diver and spent most of his professional life in the water off the coast of California and later Massachusetts, would survive not 1, but 2 significant encounters with great white sharks. He would get lost at sea on open water, treading in the middle of the ocean with no land visible in any direction for hours before a boat found him. He would discover the body of a long-missing person submerged roughly 60 feet below the surface off the coast of Massachusetts. Each of these, on its own, would be a defining moment for most people. For Michael Packard, they appear to be something closer to recurring themes. But of everything that has happened to Michael Packard, nothing compares to the morning of the 11th of June 2021. He was 57 years old. He and his longtime diving partner Josiah loaded their equipment into a boat and headed out from the shore of Cape Cod, Massachusetts. The plan was lobster diving, a method that involves going down to the seafloor by hand and retrieving lobsters without any cage or trap system. Just a diver, the bottom of the ocean, and whatever happens to be down there. They reached their spot just after 6 in the morning. Josiah stayed in the boat. Michael suited up, checked his equipment, gave the signal, and went under. The first few dives produced a modest haul. Not the best day for lobsters, they agreed, but not nothing. By 8 in the morning, Michael had brought up approximately 100 pounds of lobsters. A decent morning. They decided he'd go down once more, one final dive, and then they'd call it and head back. Michael put his mouthpiece back in, gave the thumbs up, disappeared below the surface. Josiah watched the water. It was calm. Quiet. And then, from somewhere below where Michael had gone down, the surface erupted a violent churning of white water shooting upward like something enormous had moved very fast just beneath it. Josiah leaned over the edge of the boat and looked down. He could see something large moving below. He could not see Michael. What had happened, as Michael would describe it later, was this. He had descended to around 45 feet, not yet at the bottom, still working his way down, when something struck him from behind with enough force that his entire body was thrown sideways and everything around him went instantly black. The impact knocked the mouthpiece out of his mouth. He was now 45 feet below the surface with no air supply, in complete darkness, and he immediately began reaching for the line connected to his mouthpiece so he could get it back. But as his hands moved through the dark space around him, they found walls. Soft walls that were also somehow firm, walls that were warm, walls that seemed to pulse and flex. He was enclosed. He was inside something. The space was relatively large enough that he wasn't immediately compressed, but it was not still. It was moving and moving fast, and the water inside it was sloshing violently against every surface. He kept reaching for the mouthpiece line. He found it. He jammed it into his mouth and inhaled. And with air back in his lungs, he had his first coherent thought. Has a shark swallowed me? He reached for teeth, feeling along the inner walls for the thing that would confirm his worst assumption. But there were no teeth. Only those shifting, pulsing walls. And then the pressure concentrated specifically on his legs intensified. That was when he understood. He had been swallowed by a humpback whale. Not a shark. A humpback. An animal that can reach 60 feet in length and 70,000 pounds in weight, and that survives entirely on small fish and krill, which meant that what was currently clamped around Michael's legs was the whale's mouth, and the whale was in the process of trying to figure out what it had accidentally collected. For approximately 45 seconds, Michael Packard was inside the closed mouth of a living humpback whale, 45 feet below the surface of the Atlantic Ocean. When the whale registered that this was not a small fish, it began shaking its head hard, back and forth to dislodge whatever it had taken in. That motion was what Josiah saw from the boat, the eruption of white water at the surface as an animal the size of a school bus thrashed its head to get rid of the thing in its mouth. After several seconds of this, Michael was expelled. He came out into open water with enough ambient light filtering down that he could see around him. The water was turbulent and disorienting. He looked down. Directly below him, the tail of the whale slid through his field of vision as the animal swam away, apparently unconcerned. Michael made it to the surface. Josiah pulled him into the boat. The first thing Michael managed to say was that he had been inside it, and that it had tried to eat him. He was taken to shore and transported to a hospital where he was evaluated. The extent of his injuries, significant bruising on his legs where the whale's mouth had been closing, no broken bones, no internal damage. No respiratory complications despite having spent the better part of a minute without consistent air supply at depth. He was discharged that afternoon. In interviews afterward, Michael Packard spoke about being swallowed by a whale with a kind of settled calm that suggested either profound equanimity or a complete recalibration of what counts as unusual. Reporters asked him how he felt, what he would do differently, whether he was going to stop diving. He said he was going back in the water as soon as he was able. Experts estimated the probability of a human being accidentally swallowed by a humpback whale taken alive into the closed mouth of a living cetacean, and then expelled at approximately 1 in 1 trillion. Michael Packard had already survived a plane crash, 2 great white shark encounters, and being lost at sea. The ocean has tried to keep him 4 times. He keeps coming home. On the evening of the 6th of January, 1982, a man named Harold Bray, a sheriff in Jefferson County, Colorado, an area sitting just west of Denver along the edge of the Rocky Mountains, arrived at Denver International Airport running late. A snowstorm had been working over the Denver metro area for most of the day, and the drive-in had been slow and treacherous. Harold had made it, but barely. He checked in, cleared security, and reached his gate just as boarding had begun. He filed into the queue, found his seat at the front right side of the plane, buckled in, picked up the in-flight magazine from the seat pocket in front of him, and waited. 15 minutes later, the plane began its roll down the runway and lifted into the night. Harold looked out the window. Denver at night from the air is a grid of amber and white light, spreading east across the plains and pressing west against the dark wall of the Front Range. Harold knew this view well. He spent enough time in Jefferson County to know the geography below him without needing a map. And so as the plane climbed and banked west, he tracked the landscape. The city, the suburbs, the black mass of open land before the mountains began. And then something in the dark caught his eye. Cutting through the Rockies directly west of Jefferson County was a stretch of road called the Guanella Pass, 22 miles of switchbacks climbing over an 11,000-foot mountain crossing. In summer, it was a scenic drive. In winter, it was closed. Not advisable, not discouraged, closed. The road was not maintained once the snow came, and the combination of elevation, grade, and exposure made it impassable for any vehicle that didn't belong there. From the window of the ascending plane, Harold could see headlights on the Guanella Pass. In a snowstorm, at night, on a road that was supposed to have no one on it. He leaned toward the window and looked harder. The headlights weren't moving. The vehicle was stationary. And then he saw it, a light extending out from one of the windows, flashing upward into the sky. On, off, on, off. Deliberate. Rhythmic. The unmistakable signal of someone who needed help and was trying to be seen. Harold understood in a way that required no deliberation what he was looking at. He also understood that the probability of another plane flying over that particular section of mountains at that hour and having someone on board who recognized what they were seeing was essentially zero. If he sat back down, put the magazine in front of his face, and let the plane continue on its way, that person on the Guanella Pass would not be found until it was too late. It was negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit on that mountain that night. Harold got up, climbed over the person in the seat next to him, found a flight attendant in the aisle, and explained quickly and clearly what he had seen and what he believed it meant. The attendant took him seriously. They went to the cockpit. The pilots got on the radio. 15 minutes later, the fire department had been dispatched to the Guanella Pass. He found a small pickup truck buried nose first in a snowbank, engine running, headlights still on. The man inside was named Alan Phillips, 30 years old, a mechanic from the Denver area. He was wearing a light jacket and jeans. He had a small blanket pulled around him. He had been there long enough that the cold had become something beyond discomfort, moving into the early territory of hypothermia. When Dave reached his window, Alan was crying before Dave had even introduced himself. Dave asked what had happened. Alan told him he'd had a few drinks at a bar and decided to drive home through the Guanella Pass, forgetting or not fully accounting for the fact that the road was not maintained in winter. He'd lost traction not far in and slid off the road into the snowbank. He'd tried to free the truck. Couldn't. So he'd done the only thing he could think of, grabbed his flashlight and pointed it at the sky and hoped that someone somewhere might see it and understand. Dave asked about the deep bruise on Alan's cheek. Alan, in a moment of sheepish honesty, explained that after getting stuck, he had needed to step outside to relieve himself. He walked a few feet from the truck. When he turned to walk back, the blowing snow was so dense that he couldn't see the truck. He panicked and ran directly into the door of his own vehicle, face first. Dave told him he was one lucky man. He was not wrong, just not in the way either of them understood. The story ran in local papers over the following days. Some national outlets picked it up. The miracle at Guanella Pass. A sheriff on a plane, a flashlight in a snowstorm, an improbable rescue at 11,000 feet. It had everything a feel-good story needed. Harold Bray, the unlikely hero who happened to look out the right window. Alan Phillips, the shaken survivor who had made a stupid decision and nearly paid for it with his life. Dave Montoya and the fire department, who had driven a four-wheel drive into a blizzard in the middle of the night because someone passed a message down from a plane. The whole thing read like something that was meant to happen, like the story was pointing somewhere good. That headline did not age well. 38 years later, in 2020, DNA evidence connected Alan Phillips to two unsolved murders that had occurred on the same night he got stuck on the Guanella Pass. Earlier that evening, several hours before his truck slid off the road, Alan had picked up a 22-year-old woman named Annette Schnee, who was hitchhiking in an area near Breen Ridge, Colorado, roughly 50 miles from the pass. She got into the truck. Based on what investigators believe happened next, Alan produced a weapon, restrained her with zip-tie handcuffs, drove to a remote location, walked her into the woods, and shot her in the back. Her body was found face down in a stream. A couple of hours later, Alan picked up a second hitchhiker, a 29-year-old woman named Barbara Oberholzer. She got into the truck. He restrained her the same way. But Barbara broke free of her restraints. She struck Alan in the face, the blow that left that deep bruise on his cheek that he gave Dave Montoya such an embarrassed little smile about. She threw open the door of the moving truck and ran. Alan stopped the truck, got out, chased her down, shot her in the chest. He pushed her body off the side of a cliff into the snowbank below. And then he got back in his truck and drove toward the Guanella Pass, heading for the mountains, trying to put miles between himself and what he had done. He didn't know the road was closed. Or he didn't care. Either way, he didn't make it far before the truck went sideways on the ice and buried itself in the snowbank. And so he sat there in the dark, in the cold, a man who had just killed 2 women and was now going to die of exposure on a mountain in a snowstorm, and he did the one thing he could think of. He pointed a flashlight at the sky. And Harold Bray, a sheriff in Jefferson County, happened to look out his window at the right moment, from the right angle, at the right altitude, and saw it. In February of 2021, Alan Phillips, 70 years old at the time, still living in the Denver area, was arrested for both murders. Annette Schnee and Barbara Oberholzer had been dead hours of 38 years before anyone was charged with killing them. The rescue and the crime exist on the same night. The same flashlight. The same snowbank. The same man. One moment was described as a miracle. The other was not. The odds of Harold Bray being on that plane at that altitude, looking out that window at that exact second, the odds are nearly incalculable. Just like the odds of being swallowed by a whale. Just like the odds of finding your daughter in the background of a photograph you didn't know she was in, the difference is what the odds were in service of. Just after midnight on the 22nd of June 1991, a man named Charles Holden was on his way home from work in Harrington, Delaware, when he stopped at a fast food restaurant near his house. He ate. He got back into his truck. He started the engine. He was about to pull out of the lot when he saw a man jogging toward him from across the parking lot, waving him down. Charles stopped. He rolled down his window. The man said his sister was having a baby. He needed a ride to the hospital about 20 minutes away. He was asking for help. Charles looked at him. It was past midnight. He didn't know this man. And something about the interaction felt off in a way that Charles couldn't articulate but also couldn't dismiss. The feeling you get sometimes when your body registers something before your mind catches up. He said no. Too late, too far out of his way, he needed to get home. The man's face fell. He turned and walked away. Charles watched him go. And then he felt bad. There's a particular discomfort in watching someone walk away who has just asked you for something, even if you have good reasons for saying no. Charles sat there for a moment with that discomfort. Then he called out to the man and told him to come back. He'd take him part of the way. The man got in. They drove in the direction of the hospital. After about 3 miles, Charles pulled over on the side of the road and told the man this was as far as he was going. He lived only a block away, and he wasn't going to drive further from home at this hour of the night. The man in the passenger seat went quiet. Then he went angry. His hand went into his pocket. He started screaming, "Give him the keys, give him the wallet, hand everything over right now or he was going to kill him." Charles didn't deliberate. He turned off the truck, ripped the keys from the ignition, shoved open his door, and ran. Off in the distance, he could see a convenience store, lights still on. He ran for it. But when he turned and looked behind him, the man had gotten out and was running too fast, gaining a screwdriver raised in his hand. Charles ran the math. He wasn't going to make the store. He stopped, turned around, raised his hands. He told the man, "Okay, get back in the truck. I'll drive you wherever you want to go. You can have my keys, my wallet, everything. Just let's get back to the truck." The man smiled. He prodded Charles forward with the screwdriver. They walked back to the vehicle, together with Charles in front, the man directly behind him, screwdriver periodically touching his back. Charles got to the driver's side door. The man told him to get in and wait. Charles got in, started the engine, and drove. He floored it. He looked in the mirror as he accelerated away and watched the man standing in the road behind him, screaming, screwdriver raised above his head, and then receding until he was too small to make out, and then gone. Charles drove for a while. He breathed. He thought about calling the police, but talked himself out of it. This had been his decision, letting a stranger into his truck at midnight, and he felt implicated in his own near robbery in a way that made him not want to make that call. What he was concerned about was geography. He had ditched this man not far from his house. If the man had noticed the neighborhood, had any sense of where Charles lived, he could be there waiting. So, rather than going straight home, Charles drove around outside of town for about an hour, letting time pass, letting the situation settle. At the end of that hour, he came back into Harrington and turned onto his street. The man was right there, walking along the road in front of his house as if he had been waiting, as if he knew exactly where Charles lived. Charles hit the brakes without thinking, threw the truck into reverse, and got out of there. He called 911 from a payphone. An officer came to him and escorted him back to his property. The man was gone by the time they arrived. There was no sign of a break-in. No sign of anyone having been near the house. Charles felt the relief spread through him as he stood in his own yard, breathing cold air, grateful that what had been a terrifying night was over. He thanked the officer and then, almost as an afterthought, asked him a favor. His mother lived directly behind him, on the other side of a row of bushes at the back of his property. Dorothy, 70 years old, living alone. Charles asked if the officer wouldn't mind doing a quick check on her, just to confirm everything was okay on her side of the fence. The officer said, of course. He went across the backyard, through the bushes, into Dorothy's yard. The back window beside the door was shattered. The door itself was slightly open. The officer drew his weapon and went inside. Dorothy was upstairs. She had been stabbed to death. The man's name was Gilbert Cannon. After Charles drove away from him the second time, Gilbert had needed somewhere to sleep. He walked through the neighborhood and found a house that looked accessible. He broke in through the back door. Dorothy came down the stairs to confront the intruder. Gilbert was afraid she could identify him. He attacked her with the screwdriver he had been carrying all night. He had no idea that the house he had broken into belonged to the mother of the man he had tried to rob an hour earlier. The entire chain of events, the fast food restaurant, the late-night ride, the robbery attempt, the foot chase, the escape, the hour of driving around outside of town, the return to the neighborhood, the police escort home, and the discovery of Dorothy's body a matter of feet from where Charles was standing was, as Gilbert Cannon would later tell police, completely random. He didn't know Charles. He had picked the truck in the parking lot on impulse. After the robbery failed, he had picked the house on impulse. None of it was designed. There was no plan that threaded these two lives together. It just happened. Gilbert Cannon pleaded guilty to murder. He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Charles Holden gave a stranger a partial ride home because he felt bad about saying no. And his mother paid for it. There is no framework that contains that. No way to resolve it into something meaningful or instructive or fair. Some things are not coincidences in the beautiful sense, they are collisions, accidents of proximity, two people arriving at the same terrible place through paths that had nothing to do with each other, except that they did. Except that Charles made a choice at a fast food counter at midnight. Except that Gilbert picked that truck and not a different one. If Charles had said no and meant it, if he hadn't felt that pull of guilt when the man turned and walked away, Gilbert never gets in that truck, never ends up in that neighborhood, never finds that house. Dorothy is alive the next morning. The distance between the ending this story had and the ending it might have had is one moment of second guessing. One small act of decency toward a stranger in a parking lot. 5 stories. A father and a daughter walking 100 feet apart, caught in the same photograph on the same afternoon in the same town where they were both searching for each other. A man who went to an audition as furniture and came home as Han Solo. A man who has been inside a plane crash, great white shark encounters, open ocean and a whale's mouth, and who keeps going back in the water because that's who he is. A sheriff who looked out a window at the right second and saved the wrong man. And a good Samaritan who gave someone a lift and lost his mother before the night was over. What connects them is not luck. Not exactly. What connects them is something harder to name, the fact that ordinary moments carry consequences that are wildly disproportionate to how they feel at the time. Michael Dick didn't know he was standing 100 feet from his daughter. Harrison Ford didn't know he was auditioning. Harold Bray didn't know what Alan Phillips had done 2 hours earlier. Charles Holden didn't know that the guilt he felt when a stranger turned and walked away would matter more than anything else that happened that night. They were just people in ordinary moments, making ordinary choices. And the universe arranged around those moments something enormous in one direction or another. The photograph finds you. The director notices. The ocean eventually lets you go. The flashlight gets seen. The stranger gets in. Most of the time, we will never know which of our ordinary moments carried the most weight. We don't get to see the photograph until it's already been taken. We don't find out about the open audition until we're already in the room. We can't know, standing in a fast food parking lot at midnight, watching someone walk away, whether the thing we're about to decide will change everything. We just make the call. And then we find out what it meant. Thank you for watching. If you want more stories like these, there are hundreds of them here on this channel. And if you want one recommendation from me, one video that's worth your time right now, it's this one right here. Until next time. On the morning of September 23rd, 1839, an experienced sailor named Captain Brighton stood on the freezing, ice-slick deck of his ship. His vessel was currently navigating the treacherous waters of the Drake Passage, a notoriously dangerous stretch of ocean located right along the northern coast of Antarctica. Brighton and his crew had sailed all the way to this remote and hostile part of the world because they were professional whalers. They had heard rumors from other sailors that there was a massive, completely untouched population of whales in the Drake Passage. Because almost nobody was brave enough to sail this far south, the whales here had never been hunted, and a successful voyage could make Captain Brighton and his men incredibly wealthy. But this was a freezing, bitter, and completely isolated part of the world. It was a place where help would never come if something went wrong, making it an extremely dangerous place to be. And so far, the voyage had been a complete disaster. They had been sailing through the icy waters for days, and they had not spotted a single whale. The crew was getting restless, and the mood on the ship was growing more tense with every passing hour. To make matters worse, the Drake Passage had proven to be just as dangerous as everyone had warned. Just the previous night, the temperature had plummeted to unprecedented levels, and the ocean water around their ship had literally frozen solid. Within hours, the ship was completely anchored in place by a massive sheet of ice. When this happened, Captain Brighton realized that there was absolutely nothing they could do. They were stuck. If the ice did not break up soon, they would be trapped there for the entire winter, and it was highly unlikely that they had enough food or fuel to survive the freezing darkness. The crew members began to mutter among themselves, questioning if they would ever see their homes again. One of the older sailors told the captain that they should turn back as soon as possible, but the captain knew they had already spent so much of their resources to get here that returning empty-handed would mean complete financial ruin for everyone on board. But fortunately, late that same night, a massive storm rolled in. In any other situation, a violent storm in the Antarctic would be a terrifying event that could easily tear a ship apart. But for Captain Brighton and his crew, the severity of the storm was actually a blessing in disguise. The powerful waves and howling winds broke up the thick sheet of ice surrounding the ship, allowing them to finally sail away. And so, on that morning of September 23rd, the ocean was once again liquid, and the ship was able to move. But Captain Brighton now faced a very difficult decision. They had invested an incredible amount of time, money, and effort to get out here, and so far, they had absolutely nothing to show for it. But he also knew that if they stayed in the Drake Passage much longer, they could easily get trapped in the ice again, and next time, they might not be so lucky. He had to decide whether to push further into the dangerous passage to find whales, or to turn back and sail north before it was too late. He paced back and forth on the deck, looking at the gray sky, trying to find an answer. But as Captain Brighton stood on the deck, weighing his options, he suddenly noticed something strange over the horizon. There was a dark, silent shape drifting in the distance. At first, he actually thought he was hallucinating because the cold and the stress were starting to get to him. There was absolutely nothing out here but ocean, ice, and sky. But as he continued to stare through his spyglass in the direction of this dark object, which was slowly getting closer to them, he realized it was indeed a real ship. His first instinct was that it had to be a rival whaling ship, because they were the only people crazy enough to sail in these waters. But as the vessel drifted closer, he realized it was not a whaler at all. It was a schooner, which was a type of ship designed for travel and transport, not for hunting whales. And as Captain Brighton stared at the schooner, he could see that it was in terrible shape. The sails were torn and tattered, flapping uselessly in the cold wind, and the entire hull of the ship was covered in a thick layer of ice. There was something deeply unsettling about the way it was drifting aimlessly, with no smoke coming from the galley chimney and no signs of activity on the deck. But Captain Brighton was a good man, and he knew how easy it was to get trapped in the ice out here. He thought that perhaps this crew had been stuck in the frozen water for weeks or months, and that they might be starving, injured, or in desperate need of assistance. He knew that his own ship had some extra supplies to spare, so he called out to his men to ready a small dinghy and pack some blankets, food, and water. He and 4 of his strongest sailors hopped into the dinghy and began rowing across the cold, choppy water toward the silent schooner. The waves were rough, tossing their small boat up and down, but they slowly made progress. The freezing spray hit their faces, and the cold was biting, but they kept rowing. As they got closer to the tattered ship, Brighton looked up and peered through the small glass portholes on the side of the hull. Through the frost-covered glass, he could clearly see the shapes of people inside the ship. They appeared to be sitting and standing in different rooms. Brighton called out a few times, shouting into the wind, but the air was loud and cold, and he couldn't tell if anyone heard him or if anyone was calling back. Eventually, they reached the side of the schooner, threw a rope over, and climbed up the wooden ladder to board the ship. When they stepped onto the deck, they found that everything was completely silent. The deck was covered in a thick layer of white frost, and the sails creaked in the wind, but there was no sign of life. Even though they had seen people through the portholes, there was absolutely nobody above deck. Brighton thought this was incredibly strange, but he figured that the crew must be huddled inside to stay warm, perhaps resting or waiting for help. He and his men walked across the tattered deck to the door that led into the captain's quarters. Brighton knocked loudly on the heavy wood and called out, announcing that they were friendly whalers who had brought supplies and wanted to make sure everyone was okay. But there was no answer. The only sound was the water slapping against the side of the ship and the wind howling through the rigging. It was completely silent on the ship. Slowly, Captain Brighton reached out, turned the handle, and pushed the door open. He stepped into the dark, freezing cabin. In the back of the room, there was a large wooden desk, and a man was sitting in a chair behind it, his back turned to the door. He was hunched over, holding a pen in his hand, as if he was in the middle of writing in a journal. Brighton took a cautious step forward and called out to the man, assuming he was the captain of the ship. But the man did not move or speak. He remained perfectly still, focused on the desk in front of him. Brighton exchanged a worried glance with his men and decided to walk across the room to physically check on him and see what was going on. As he got closer, Brighton noticed that the air in the cabin was so cold that he could see his own breath, but the man at the desk was not shivering. Brighton reached out and gently touched the man's shoulder. The shoulder was hard as rock. The man was frozen solid. Brighton looked down at the desk and read what the man had been writing in his journal. The handwriting was neat, but the words were heartbreaking. The entry read, "Trapped by icebergs. Despite all efforts, the fire went out last night. No hope remains." But the most terrifying part of the journal was not the message itself. It was the date written right above it. The entry was dated January 17th, 1823. Captain Brighton and his crew stood in absolute paralyzed shock. It was currently September of 1839. This meant that the captain of the ship and everyone else on board had been dead for 16 years. They had gotten trapped in the ice just like Brighton's ship had, but their ice had never broken up. They had been stranded in the freezing cold, and when their fuel ran out, they had all frozen to death. Because the Antarctic air was so incredibly cold and dry, their bodies had not decayed. Instead, they had been perfectly preserved, frozen in the exact positions they were in when they died. In a state of pure horror, Brighton and his men began to search the rest of the ship. In the main cabin, they found a group of men sitting around a wooden table. They were holding playing cards in their hands, their frozen eyes staring blankly at each other, looking as if they had died in the middle of a game. In another cabin, they found a woman lying in her bed, her arms wrapped tightly around a small dog. Both of them were frozen solid, looking as if they had just fallen asleep. In the dining hall, other crew members were sitting upright at tables, frozen in place as if they were waiting for a meal that never came. They had been floating as a ghost ship, a silent, frozen tomb, drifting through the lonely waters of the Drake Passage for nearly 2 decades. Nobody had found them, and they had simply drifted with the ocean currents, perfectly preserved in time. Terrified by the haunting scene, Captain Brighton and his men ran back to their dinghy, rowed as fast as they could back to their own ship, and immediately set sail for the north. They left the frozen schooner to drift alone in the icy darkness, a chilling reminder of the cold, quiet power of the sea. It is truly terrifying how the cold can freeze a moment in time, preserving a tragedy for years. But sometimes, the most horrific events do not come from the cold of the ocean, but from the heat of panic and fear in our own minds. When we are placed in a dark, unfamiliar place, our brains can play tricks on us, turning normal, harmless things into terrifying monsters. And when we react to those imaginary monsters, the consequences can be incredibly real and tragic. This is exactly what happened on the night of May 20th, 1958, in eastern India. A young man named Ram Thapa was walking down a dark road toward the entrance of an abandoned airport. He was trailing closely behind 3 other men. These men were his boss, another employee, and a close friend of his boss. The night was pitch black, with no moonlight to illuminate the road, so all 4 men were carrying flashlights to guide their way. But Ram also had something else. Hidden beneath his clothes, he had a large, heavy knife. The reason they were at this abandoned airport was because Ram's boss, a wealthy businessman, was considering buying the property to expand his business. The airport had been built during World War II, but had been abandoned for many years. The metal hangars were rusted, the buildings were overgrown with weeds, and the runway was cracked and silent. But because the airport had been abandoned for so long, the local villagers began to whisper that the property was haunted. They claimed that the spirits of dead soldiers and travelers wandered the runway at night, and that the old buildings were infested with restless ghosts. Ram, who was a very traditional and superstitious young man, believed these stories completely. He was terrified of the spiritual world and believed that trespassing on haunted ground was an invitation for disaster. However, Ram's boss did not believe in ghosts. He thought the local rumors were ridiculous, and he wanted to go inspect the property at night to see if it was worth buying. He decided to turn the inspection into a ghost hunt, and he forced Ram and the other men to come along. Ram had begged his boss not to go, warning him that they were disrespecting the spirits, but the boss had laughed and told him that if he did not come, he would be fired. So Ram was there, but he was paralyzed with fear. He had brought the heavy knife along to protect himself from the ghosts, fully believing that he might have to fight for his life. When they reached the rusty iron gate of the airport, the boss unlocked it and pushed it open. The gate made a loud, echoing, creaking sound as it swung open, and for the first time, the men had an unobstructed view of the dark, silent property. It was completely pitch black. They shone their flashlights inside, but all they could see were the massive, dark shapes of old hangars and the broken-down hulls of old planes. Nothing was moving. It was completely quiet. The boss and the other 2 men began walking onto the property, talking and laughing, completely relaxed. But Ram was walking at the very back of the group, and he felt physically sick to his stomach. Every time the wind rustled the tall weeds, or a shadow shifted in the beam of his flashlight, Ram was convinced that a ghost was staring back at him. His heart was pounding, and his hand was tightly gripping the handle of the knife under his coat. Eventually, the group reached the edge of the long, empty runway. Instead of shining their flashlights straight ahead, the boss and his friends began shining their lights off to the side, pointing at a massive hangar and discussing its structure. They were completely focused on the building. But Ram, trembling with fear, slowly aimed his flashlight straight out in front of them, down the long, empty runway. And then his heart stopped. About 200 meters away, just off the side of the runway, there was a glowing, floating orb of light. Immediately, Ram kept his flashlight locked on the light. He nudged his boss and whispered for them to look. The other men stopped talking and turned their flashlights in the same direction. They all saw it. The floating orb of light was real. And as they watched, they noticed that there was not just this orb of light, but there was something below the orb of light. On the ground, something was moving. This grayish figure, or multiple figures, were kind of moving around right beneath this orb. But before any of them could say or do anything or react really in any way to whatever it was they were looking at, the dark figures right below the orb, as they were being illuminated by all their flashlights, it was like all of a sudden, whatever they were, they turned, and all these eyes glinted and looked directly back at Ram and his colleagues. In that exact moment, something inside of Ram's mind clicked. He was so scared. He had been terrified from the moment they arrived at the gate, and his mind was completely primed to believe that they were in danger of a supernatural attack. When he saw those glinting eyes staring at him from the darkness, he did not see human beings. He saw evil, demonic spirits. He was convinced that these monsters were about to attack them and drag them into the darkness, and that if he did not act immediately, they would all be killed. Without saying a word to his boss or the other men, Ram drew his heavy knife and took off running down the runway toward the figures, screaming at the top of his lungs. He didn't think about his job, his safety, or the consequences of his actions. All he knew was that he had to destroy the monsters before they could destroy him. But the tragedy was that those figures were not ghosts or demons. They were 3 local women who had snuck onto the airfield that night. They had come to collect wildflowers and herbs that grew near the runway, which they believed had special medicinal properties when gathered under the cover of night. The floating orb of light was simply their oil lantern. Before the women could even understand what was happening, Ram burst out of the darkness and began wildly swinging his knife. In his state of absolute terror, he believed he was fighting for his life against supernatural monsters. He stabbed one of the women repeatedly, killing her on the spot, and severely wounded the other 2 women, leaving them bleeding on the cold concrete. The boss and the other men finally ran down the runway, tackled Ram to the ground, and disarmed him. A few hours later, the men were no longer at the airport. Instead, they were at the local police station, and Ram was in handcuffs. When the detectives finally sat him down and explained what had actually happened, when they told him that the demons he thought he was fighting were actually just innocent women picking flowers, Ram was completely devastated. The realization of his horrible mistake crushed him, and he wept uncontrollably, realizing that he had taken an innocent life. Ram was charged with murder and assault. However, when he went on trial, the jury heard extensive testimony about his deep superstitions and the intense panic he had experienced that night. They realized that he had not acted out of anger or malice, but out of a genuine, overwhelming belief that he was defending himself and his friends from a supernatural threat. The jury ultimately acquitted him of all charges, ruling that he was not legally responsible for his actions due to his mental state. But even though he was a free man, the guilt of what he had done remained a heavy, painful burden that he had to carry for the rest of his life. It is deeply tragic how fear can distort our perception of the world, turning innocent people into monsters in our minds. But sometimes, this distortion does not just affect one person. Sometimes a shared belief, a shared fear, can spread through a group of people, twisting their reality until they all descend into a collective nightmare. This is the phenomenon of mass hysteria, and when it takes hold of a family, the results can be truly horrifying. This is what happened in Kaohsiung City, Taiwan, in April of 2005. A young man was home alone inside of his apartment, sitting on his couch and watching TV. As he sat there, he suddenly heard a loud, heavy thumping sound coming from the ceiling directly above him. As soon as he heard it, he muted his TV and listened closely. A minute later, he heard the sound again, a loud, heavy thump. And then he heard another one, and another, and another. Before long, the ceiling was vibrating with a continuous succession of heavy thumps, accompanied by what sounded like frantic, loud chanting coming from upstairs. To the average person, these sounds would be incredibly alarming. But to this young man, they were actually not that unusual. The family that lived in the apartment directly above him, the Wu family, were known to be very eccentric and deeply religious. They often performed traditional ceremonial dances and rituals in their home at all hours of the day and night. A lot of times, these rituals involved stomping around on the floor and chanting loudly. Even though the noise could be highly annoying, the young man had never complained. He was a polite and respectful neighbor, and he felt that their religious practices were none of his business. So, like he did every other time they started their rituals, he simply turned up the volume on his TV and tried to forget about the noise. But after a few minutes, the noises coming from upstairs began to get louder and louder until the floorboards were literally shaking. It was completely impossible to ignore. And then, suddenly, he heard a scream coming from upstairs. It was a high-pitched, agonizing scream of pure terror. It did not sound like it was part of a ceremony. It sounded like someone was in extreme danger, or was being seriously hurt. The young man turned his TV off and stood up, his heart beating fast. He decided that he had to go upstairs and make sure everyone was okay. But just as he started walking toward his front door, all the noises upstairs suddenly stopped. The entire building became completely silent. The young man stood by his door, listening intently, waiting to see if the noise or the screaming would start again. But there was nothing. It was dead quiet. He assumed that the ceremony had simply ended, so he turned around, walked back to his couch, and turned the TV back on. 2 days later, on April 11th, the same young man was back home, watching TV yet again, when once again he heard a loud pounding sound. But this time, the sound was not coming from the apartment upstairs. It was coming from his own front door. Someone was frantically hammering on his door, trying to get his attention. The young man turned off his TV, got up, and went to the door. He opened it up, and standing there on the landing was Wu Shan, the father and patriarch of the Wu family. Wu Shan looked absolutely horrific. He was dressed in black from head to toe, but he was incredibly pale, skinny, and gaunt, as if he had not eaten or slept in days. He was covered in what looked like filth, ash, and a sticky, dark substance. But the most shocking part was the smell. A putrid, overwhelming stench of waste and decay was coming off him, so strong that the young man had to take a step back just to breathe. The young man looked at him in shock and asked if everything was okay, remembering the loud screams he had heard 2 days before. But Wu Shan just stared back at him with a blank, hollow expression. He did not explain what was happening. He simply muttered, "Call an ambulance." And then, without saying another word, Wu Shan turned around, ran down the stairs, and disappeared out into the street. The young man was left standing there, completely stunned and confused. Wu Shan had looked terrible, and now he had run away. The young man thought about the bizarre ritual and the screams he had heard 2 days ago, and now he was being told to call an ambulance. He decided that before he did anything, he needed to go upstairs and see what was going on inside the Wu family's apartment. He left his apartment, walked up the stairs, and stood outside the Wu family's door. Even standing in the hallway, he could smell that same putrid, disgusting odor that had been on Wu Shan. He knocked on the door, covering his nose with his shirt, but there was no response. Nobody came to the door. He tried the door handle and found that it was unlocked. Apprehensively, but knowing that someone might be seriously hurt, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Immediately, he was hit by a massive wave of the most disgusting smell he had ever encountered. It was so strong that he could barely breathe, but he forced himself to take a few steps into the apartment. The walls and floors were covered in dirt, grime, and some kind of dark filth. He called out, asking if anyone was home, but nobody answered. He walked through the hallway and made his way into the living room. And there, he stopped, completely frozen by a sight that he could not believe. Lying in the middle of the living room floor was the eldest daughter of the Wu family. She was dead, her body covered in filth, her face pale and lifeless. When the police arrived and began to investigate, they uncovered a story of shared madness and horror that shocked the entire country. It turned out that a few weeks before, the eldest daughter had fallen ill. The family did not have a lot of money, so they were unable to take her to a doctor. As her condition got worse, they began to believe that her sickness was not a physical ailment, but a spiritual one. They became convinced that she had been possessed by a powerful, malevolent demon. They began performing ceremonies to ward off the demon, but she did not get better. The constant stress, fear, and isolation inside the small apartment began to affect the rest of the family. The delusion began to spread. Soon, the other family members began to believe that they too were being possessed by the same demon. This is a rare psychological phenomenon known as mass hysteria, or folie plusieurs, where a group of closely related people share the exact same severe delusion. By April 9th, the entire family was in a state of absolute panic. They believed they were in a battle for their souls, and they decided that they had to perform a massive group exorcism. But the method they chose for this exorcism was truly horrifying. In their twisted, delusional minds, they believed that the one thing demons feared most was filth. They believed that if they filled their bodies with enough disgusting waste, the demons would find their bodies uninhabitable and would be forced to leave. And so, during the loud, chaotic ritual that the neighbor had heard, the family began to consume their own feces and urine. They forced each other to swallow the waste, chanting and stomping to ward off the spirits. When their bodies naturally rejected the waste and they vomited, they would force themselves to swallow it again. They did this for hours and hours, screaming and crying in agony. The screams the neighbor had heard were the sounds of this horrific, self-inflicted torture. The eldest daughter, who was already weak from her illness, could not survive the physical trauma of the ritual. She choked on her own vomit and waste, and her airway became completely blocked. She suffocated and died right there on the living room floor, while her family, still lost in their shared madness, believed the demon was finally leaving her body. For 2 whole days, the family lived in the apartment with her body, continuing their rituals until the physical exhaustion finally wore off and Wushan realized what had happened. He fled the apartment, told the neighbor to call an ambulance, and ran. The police eventually tracked down and arrested all the surviving family members, charging them with the daughter's death. But during the trial, medical and psychiatric experts testified that the family was suffering from a severe, acute episode of mass hysteria. They were completely disconnected from reality and genuinely believed they were saving their daughter's life. The court ultimately decided that they were not legally responsible for their actions due to their severe mental state. They were acquitted of all charges and sent to a psychiatric hospital for long-term treatment. These 3 stories, spanning different centuries, cultures, and continents, show us the incredible power and fragility of the human mind. Whether it is a seasoned sea captain finding a frozen crew lost 16 years ago, a young man driven to a tragic act of violence by his fear of the supernatural, or a family consumed by a shared, horrifying delusion, the consequences of our deepest fears are all too real. They leave us with a haunting reminder of how fragile our minds truly are, and how easily the line between what is real and what we fear can disappear in the dark. To look closely at these cases is to understand how easily belief can become a cage. In the frozen expanse of the Antarctic, the captain of the Jenny died believing there was absolutely no hope, and for 16 years his words waited in the dark to be read. In the empty fields of India, a young man was so convinced he was protecting his friends from demons that he took the life of a woman who was only picking flowers. And in Taiwan, a family was so desperate to save their daughter from a spiritual illness that they subjected her to a ritual that ended her life. The tragedy in each story is not that monsters existed, but that the human mind is capable of creating them out of nothing but thin air, dark thoughts, and isolated places. In the end, we are left to wonder how much of our own reality is shaped by what we believe rather than what is actually there. The physical places where these events took place have mostly gone back to normal. The waters of the Drake Passage still freeze and thaw, the abandoned airfield in India remains quiet under the stars, and the apartment building in Kaohsiung is still home to people who live quiet lives. But the memories of those who survived, and the stories of those who did not, linger on like ghosts of their own. They serve as a powerful warning that sometimes the most dangerous things we will ever encounter are not waiting for us in the outside world, but are lurking inside the deepest corners of our own minds. Thanks for watching. Let me know what you think about these stories in the comments. And if you're not ready to leave just yet, there are plenty more true stories waiting for you right here. In February of 1999, 3 women set out on what was supposed to be a fun road trip through California. They planned to visit Yosemite National Park, spend time together, and continue on to Arizona for a family vacation. But before the trip was over, all 3 of them would vanish. And months later, investigators would uncover one of the most horrifying murder cases in Yosemite's history, a case involving a serial killer who had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. On the 12th of February, 1999, a 42-year-old woman named Carol Sund, along with her 15-year-old daughter Julie and Julie's longtime friend, 16-year-old Silvina Palazzo, boarded a plane in their hometown of Eureka, California. They were all excited for the trip ahead. After a quick 1-hour flight, their plane touched down in San Francisco. They made their way through the bustling airport, collected their bags from baggage claim, and then walked over to the airport's car rental center. At the counter, Carol handled all the paperwork. She signed the rental agreement, showed her license, and was handed a set of car keys. The 3 of them then headed out into the sprawling parking lot, where they located their rental car, a shiny red 1999 Pontiac Grand Prix sedan. After loading their luggage into the trunk, they climbed inside. Carol got behind the wheel, while Julie and Silvina settled in for the ride. Then, Carol started the engine and began driving east towards Stockton, California, and specifically the University of the Pacific. The main reason for this part of the trip was for Julie. She was a dedicated cheerleader and was scheduled to compete in a big competition the very next day held at that university. But it was more than just a competition for her. Julie was seriously considering attending that school after she graduated from high school, so this was a perfect opportunity for her and her mom to get a real feel for the campus and the surrounding area. And since Silvina was already visiting Julie at her home in Eureka, it just made sense for her to tag along for the adventure. It was a trip filled with promise and excitement for the future. After about an hour and a half on the road, the trio arrived in Stockton. They found their hotel, checked in, and got settled for the night. The next day, February 13th, was the big day for Julie. She competed in her cheerleading event, and afterwards, she, her mom, and Silvina spent the rest of the day exploring the university. They walked through the grounds, checked out the different buildings, and got a sense of what life would be like there. They explored the town of Stockton as well, just enjoying their time together. Early the next morning, on Valentine's Day, February 14th, the 3 women checked out of their hotel in Stockton. They got back in their red Pontiac and started a 3-hour drive southeast. Their destination was a sprawling motel complex called the Cedar Lodge, which was located just outside the western entrance of Yosemite National Park. Their plan was to spend the next couple of days sightseeing inside the magnificent park. They wanted to see the giant sequoias, the towering cliffs, and all the natural beauty Yosemite had to offer. After their Yosemite adventure, they were scheduled to drive back to the San Francisco airport. There, they were going to meet Carol's husband and Julie's father, Jen Sund. The 4 of them would then continue their family vacation together, flying to Arizona to explore the Grand Canyon before finally heading back home to Eureka. So, around midday on the 14th, the red Pontiac pulled into the parking lot of the Cedar Lodge. Because it was the middle of winter, the tourist season was slow and the lot was nearly empty. They parked the car and went into the front office to check in. They got their room keys and then walked from the office along a row of first-floor rooms. Their room was at the very end of the building, a corner unit, room 509. Carol used the key, opened the door, and they all went inside, dropping their luggage on the floor. After the long drive, they all felt pretty tired. They decided that they were too exhausted to try and go sightseeing in the park that day. So instead, they opted for a low-key afternoon and evening, mostly just relaxing in their hotel room, unwinding, and getting ready for their big day in the park tomorrow. The next morning, February 15th, they woke up early, full of energy. They hopped back into their red rental car and drove the short distance to the western entrance of Yosemite. They entered the park, found a place to park their car, and began their day of exploration. It was a truly wonderful day. They were in awe of the astonishing cliffsides, the snow-covered mountains, and the massive ancient sequoia trees that towered over them. They walked through beautiful meadows that seemed to stretch out forever. Towards the end of the day, as the afternoon light began to fade, Julie and Silvina even went ice skating on a frozen pond. It was a perfect, almost magical day spent together in one of the most beautiful places on Earth. Finally, as the sun started to go down, casting long shadows across the valley, the trio decided to call it a day. They left the park, got back into their rental car, and drove back to the Cedar Lodge. For dinner, they ate at the lodge's own 1950s-style diner. They ordered hamburgers and talked about their incredible day. After dinner, they swung by the front desk and rented a couple of VHS movie tapes to watch back in their room. Once they were back inside room 509, the women changed into their pajamas. They all piled onto the beds and watched one of the movies they had rented. When it was over, they brushed their teeth, got into their beds, turned out the lights, and tried to go to sleep. But just a few minutes after the room went dark, they heard a knock on their door. The following day, February 16th, Jen Sund was waiting anxiously at the San Francisco airport. He was there to meet his wife, Carol, his daughter, Julie, and her friend, Silvina. He kept looking at his watch, the minutes ticking by. He knew their flight to Arizona was scheduled to take off soon, and they didn't have much time to spare. He scanned the crowds, hoping to see them come running around a corner at any moment so they could all make a dash for the gate and just barely make their flight. But they didn't appear. Time kept passing, and there was still no sign of them. Finally, the final boarding call was announced. Jens, who didn't have a cell phone, and neither did Carol, had to make a decision. He began to think that there must have been some kind of miscommunication. Maybe they got their wires crossed, and Carol and the girls had taken an earlier flight and were already on their way to Arizona. It seemed like the only logical explanation. So, at the very last minute, he decided to board the flight by himself. He flew to Arizona, holding on to the hope that his family would be there waiting for him when he landed. But when his plane touched down in Arizona, his family was not there. He rushed to their hotel, his heart pounding, hoping maybe they had gone there directly. But they weren't there either. He spoke to the person at the hotel's front desk, asking if his wife Carol had contacted them or checked in. The clerk said no, they hadn't heard from her, and they had no record of her being there at all. At this point, Jens was obviously very upset and deeply worried. He spent the rest of the day on the phone, calling around to friends, family members, and anyone he could think of who might know where Carol and the girls could be. But no one had heard from them. No one knew where they were. That night, as Jens prepared to go to bed alone in his hotel room, he tried to convince himself that everything was probably fine. He told himself this was just some kind of screw-up, a mix-up in their plans. He knew Carol was an unbelievably fierce and competent woman. She would take care of the girls no matter what. He was sure he would see them or hear from them by tomorrow morning. But when he woke up the next morning, there was still no word. Carol had not made any contact with the hotel or tried to reach him in any way. There was just no sign of her or the girls. The hope he had been clinging to faded away, replaced by a cold, heavy dread. Jens finally contacted the police. That day, after the police spoke with Jens and got all the details, the very first call they made was to the Cedar Lodge. It was the last known place that Carol, Julie, and Silvina had been. The manager of the lodge told the police that he had not seen Carol or the girls on the day they were supposed to check out, which was the 16th. But, he explained, this wasn't necessarily unusual. Carol had paid in advance when she checked in, so she wouldn't have needed to stop by the front desk on her way out. So, that detail wasn't an anomaly. The manager also told the police that on the 16th, after the checkout time had passed, the cleaning staff had gone to room 509. When they went inside, the room was vacant. Nothing seemed out of place or amiss. It was relatively clean, except for some wet towels that had been left on the floor of the bathroom. The keys to the room were left on the desk, just as they were supposed to be. To the cleaners, it simply looked like the women had packed up and left that morning. So, the next step for the police was to reach out to the car rental company at the San Francisco airport. They needed to know if Carol had made it back to the airport and dropped off the red Pontiac. But when they spoke to the manager of the rental company, the news wasn't good. The manager confirmed that no, Carol had not dropped off her car. And she hadn't called to ask about extending her rental agreement, which was now officially overdue. Based on the information they gathered from the lodge and from the rental car company, the police began to operate on a few working theories. The most likely scenario, they thought, was that the three women had left their motel room on the morning of the 16th and had gotten into a car accident somewhere on the winding mountain roads. Maybe their car had gone off an embankment and just hadn't been found yet. Another possibility was that they had driven somewhere, perhaps back into Yosemite National Park or to another trail, gotten out of their car to go for a walk, and had gotten lost. Or, and this was the least likely theory at the time, they had fallen victim to some kind of crime. At this early stage, the police were not seriously considering the idea that foul play was involved. A massive search was launched. Search teams scoured the roads and trails in and around the Cedar Lodge complex, as well as the areas around the western entrance to Yosemite. But they found absolutely nothing. Not a single trace of the women or their car. A number of workers from the Cedar Lodge were interviewed by police as a matter of routine, and they were all subsequently cleared of any wrongdoing. Police also spoke with a number of friends and family members of the three missing women, and they too were cleared. Then, a few days after the search began, there was a break in the case. Carol's wallet, with her ID and credit cards still inside, was found lying on the ground in Modesto, California. Modesto was a city located about 2 hours west of the Cedar Lodge. Some high school students had spotted it on the ground and turned it over to a police officer. This discovery was a game changer. There was no logical reason for Carol and the girls to have been in Modesto. It wasn't on their route back to San Francisco, nor was it near any tourist destinations they had planned to visit. This signaled to the police that a third party had to have been involved in their disappearance. And if that was the case, then it was almost certain that these three women had fallen victim to a crime. Over the next several weeks, police continued their search. They expanded their efforts, looking along all the roads and trails between the Cedar Lodge and Modesto. They searched all over the area where the wallet was found. But besides that one wallet, there were no further developments in the case. The trail went cold. Then, on March 18th, about a month after the three women had originally gone missing, a hiker was exploring a remote forest. He was about 2 hours north of the Cedar Lodge and about an hour and a half northeast of Modesto. He was way off the beaten path when he turned onto a rarely used logging road. As he was walking down this road, he saw something up ahead. It was the skeleton of a car. It looked like the vehicle had been completely destroyed by a fire. He called it in to the police. When the police arrived, they weren't sure what they were looking at first. But they were eventually able to identify the vehicle. The charred metal shell was what remained of the red rental car that Carol and the girls had been using. They began to carefully search the vehicle. Inside the main cabin of the car, there was almost nothing left. It looked like there were some remnants of suitcases and maybe some burned clothing, but for the most part, it was just the metal frame of the car and the seat springs. But when they opened the trunk, they made a grisly discovery. Inside were two very badly burned bodies. Their hands were still bound behind their backs. Using dental records, forensics was able to confirm that the bodies belonged to Carol Sund and Silvina Palazzo. But there was no sign of Carol's daughter, Julie. The 15-year-old was not in the car or anywhere in the surrounding area. This created a flicker of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Julie was still alive somewhere. Maybe if law enforcement acted fast enough, they could find her and save her before it was too late. But that hope was lost just a couple of days into the search around the car site. They still hadn't found any sign of Julie when the police received an anonymous handwritten letter. On the letter was a crude hand-drawn map. It showed a very specific spot overlooking a lake. The lake was Don Pedro Lake, which was located about an hour to the south of where the burned car was found. And on the note, along with the map, was a single, chilling phrase. It just said, "We had fun with this one." Using the crude map, police went to Don Pedro Lake. They found the overlook that was marked on the map, and from there, they looked down the steep hillside. And that's when they saw it. They found the crumpled and badly decomposed remains of Julie Sund. At this point, the police already had several suspects they had picked up in Modesto, California. They believed these individuals were connected in some way to what had happened to the three women. Of these suspects, two were of particular interest. They were half-brothers, Eugene Dykes and Michael Larwick. They had been arrested shortly after Carol's wallet had been found for shooting at a Modesto police officer, for several drug charges, and for violating their parole. Once these half-brothers were in custody, Eugene made several self-incriminating remarks. He basically insinuated that he and Michael had been involved in what happened to the three women. And then, after the bodies of Carol, Silvina, and Julie were found, the investigation seemed to find more evidence pointing their way. Synthetic fibers that were found all over Carol's body matched synthetic fibers that were pulled from the clothing and vehicle of Michael and Eugene when they were arrested. So, the police were very confident that they had their killers, and that they already had them behind bars. But they still needed to compile more evidence before they could formally charge them with the murders and make their names public. So when the news broke about the women's bodies being found and the public began to panic about a killer or killers being on the loose, the police held a press conference. They told everyone to calm down. They said, "We have the people responsible, we just can't tell you who they are yet." They asked the public to be patient while they built their case, but they assured everyone that they were safe and there was nothing to worry about. But 4 months went by, and the police still had not come out and publicly charged anyone with these murders. They continued to insist to the public that they had their killers behind bars and that nobody had anything to worry about. On the afternoon of July 22nd, roughly 4 months after the discovery of the three bodies, a man named Dr. Desmond Kidd, who was the medical director for Yosemite, had just finished a long 2-4-hour shift at the park's clinic. He had just gotten back to his cabin, which was located inside Yosemite, when his pager went off. He went to a phone, dialed the number on his pager, and the park dispatcher picked up. The dispatcher said, "Hey, Doctor." "Kidd, can you be a part of a search for a missing person?" "Doctor." Kidd said, "Sure, he'd love to help." Then there was a pause, and the park dispatcher said, "Hey, just so you know, there are law enforcement implications with this one." And then, before Dr. Ba, Kidd could ask what he meant, the dispatcher hung up the phone. "Doctor." Kidd was really confused by that last comment. In the 3 years he had worked at the park, he had unfortunately been involved in many searches for missing people. But they were never tied to any sort of criminal activity. They were always cases of hikers getting lost or falling and injuring themselves, which was a fairly common occurrence inside a park as vast as Yosemite. So as soon as a convoy of other Yosemite staff members, who were also part of the search team, rolled up in front of his cabin, Dr. Kidd ran outside. He hopped into one of the vehicles and asked the driver, "What's going on? What are these law enforcement implications with this missing person?" The driver explained to him what was happening. He said, "Hey, you know how 4 months ago we had those 3 Yosemite tourists go missing, Carol, Julie, and Silvina? And they were found murdered outside of the park?" He continued, Well, even though the police have been saying they have their killers behind bars, they still haven't actually named who their killers are or charged anyone with their murders. And that's made a lot of us think that maybe they don't have the killer. Maybe there's a killer still on the loose. And unfortunately, tonight, we have another person who's gone missing inside the park. And she's gone missing under very mysterious circumstances, which has led a lot of us to think that it's possible, if there really is a killer out there, they've struck again tonight. Doctor. Kid was totally shocked by this news. But he was even more shocked when he found out who it was that was missing. It was someone he knew. Her name was Joy Armstrong, and she was a 26-year-old naturalist employed by Yosemite. A naturalist is like an expert tour guide, someone who knows everything about the park's flora and fauna. Doctor. Kid and the rest of the convoy sped through the park. They turned down an unmarked road with huge trees on either side. Eventually, they came out of this heavily forested road and entered into an unbelievably beautiful meadow. And on the very far end of this huge meadow, there was a single green cabin sitting at the base of a mountain with a forest on the other side of it. This totally secluded cabin in the middle of Yosemite was where Joy was living. As Dr. Kid and the convoy drove across the meadow and got closer to the cabin, he could see park rangers walking around the perimeter, marking it off with yellow police tape. When Dr. Kid's vehicle came to a stop right outside the taped-off area, they all got out. They could see a white pickup truck parked right next to the cabin. It was Joie's truck, and inside of it was a bunch of luggage. It looked like some of the luggage had spilled out onto the ground, and some of the truck's doors were still open. It gave Dr. Kid and the other searchers the impression that Joie must have been either loading things into her truck or unloading things from her truck at the exact moment she went missing. Dr. Kid and the other searchers huddled up with the park rangers. The rangers explained that Joie's friends, who lived in San Francisco, had been expecting Joie to arrive at their house the day before. But when she never showed up and they couldn't get in touch with her, they had called the park authorities to report her missing. That's why they were all there now, looking for her. After discussing the circumstances of the case, they all decided to break into 5 different search groups and begin searching the immediate area around the cabin. Dr. Kid and 4 other searchers began walking behind the cabin, towards the tree line. Once they got into the forest, they started walking towards a nearby creek. As they walked up along this creek, they suddenly noticed a whole bunch of trampled ferns and broken saplings. It looked like someone had come running through there in a panic. Perhaps the person who was running was Joie. So they began following these tracks which ran right alongside the creek. Then, at some point, one of the searchers yelled out, "Hey, what's that up there?" About 10 feet ahead of them, the ground sloped down into a ditch, out of their direct line of sight. But right before the ditch, hanging on a small tree branch near the ground, was a set of car keys glinting in the sunlight. Dr. Kid, who was at the front of his small search party, began walking towards the keys. As he got closer and closer, he began to be able to see down into the ditch that was just on the other side of the keys. And as soon as he could actually see what was at the bottom of that ditch, he immediately began to gag. He turned around and quickly walked away, unable to process what he had just seen. The other 4 searchers walked up, and they too had a look down into the ditch. They all had a similar horrified reaction. Before long, the whole group was running back to the cabin to tell the park rangers what they had just discovered. When the rangers heard about what was in the forest, they immediately contacted the police. The police then sent an officer to Joie Armstrong's mother's house, which was just outside of San Francisco. When the mother opened the door, the officer told her that they had just gotten a call from Yosemite and that she needed to call them. He then handed her a piece of paper with a phone number on it. Joie's mother was immediately concerned and confused. She tried to get more information from the officer, but he just said, "Look, you're just going to have to call that phone number. I really don't know anything." So eventually she thanked him, shut the door, and went into her kitchen to make the call. She dialed the number. After someone picked up, she introduced herself as Joie's mother. At that point, the person who had answered quickly handed the phone off to someone who sounded much more senior. This new person asked Joa's mother, "Are you aware that your daughter is missing?" Joa's mother said no, she was not aware of that. And then this person very delicately said, "Ma'am, we believe we found your daughter's body near her cabin." Joa's mother's reaction was instant. She said, "Well, did you check her hair? She has red hair. Can you confirm it's really her? Because she's got bright red hair? Can you make sure it's really her?" The person on the other end of the line hesitated for a moment and then just said, "Ma'am, we're not sure if she has red hair or not. We'll get back to you." After this strange and terrifying call finally ended, Joa's mother was completely confused. How could they not know what color her daughter's hair was? It seemed like such an easy way to potentially identify whether or not this was really her daughter. Why would they make her wait for something like that? She was horribly distraught and didn't know what else to do. She was told to just wait for more news, but she couldn't do that. So she began planning a trip out to Yosemite to see for herself what was going on. But the earliest flight she could possibly get was not until very early the next morning. She spent a very restless night, barely sleeping, just praying that the person they had found was not actually her daughter. The next morning, she got up, rushed to the airport, and as she was waiting to board her plane, she grabbed a newspaper from a nearby kiosk. The headline on the front page read, "Naturalist Beheaded at Yosemite," and that's when she understood. That's when she knew why the person on the phone could not tell her whether or not the body was her daughter based on hair color. It was because the body they had found did not have a head. In the time between her getting that phone call and this headline running in the paper, the searchers had found the head. It was located about 27 feet away from the body, hidden under some brush. And they were able to confirm that it was in fact the body of Joa Armstrong. Joa's death was immediately treated as a homicide. And right away, the public began to openly suggest that maybe Joa's murder was connected to the murders of Carol, Julie, and Sylvina from 4 months earlier. This was despite the fact that the police were still saying, "We have our killers for those murders behind bars." Joa's murder is completely unconnected. Luckily, the public and the police did not have to argue for very long about who was right. Because there was a break in Joa's case almost immediately. On the night that Joa went missing, another Yosemite staff member had happened to drive by her cabin. They noticed a distinctive SUV parked outside of her cabin that they didn't recognize. It was a blue 1979 International Scout. As it happened, there were only 2 of these particular types of vehicles registered in all of Yosemite Valley. So, within 24 hours, the police had tracked down one of these 2 vehicles. It was located about 12 miles away from the western entrance of Yosemite, pulled off to the side of a highway. The police pulled up alongside it and parked. They walked up to the vehicle. There was no one inside. But then they noticed a path leading down an embankment off the highway, which led down to a forest where there was a river that people like to swim and fish in. So the 2 officers decided to head down there and see if maybe the driver was down by the river. They made their way down the path, and sure enough, they came in contact with the driver. He was lying on a rock, completely nude, smoking marijuana. The 2 officers approached him and introduced themselves. The man, who was very well built and good-looking, stood up. He calmly covered himself, took the marijuana out of his mouth, and said, "Hey, what can I do for you guys?" Over the course of their conversation, the police would learn that this guy's name was Kerry Stainer. He was 38 years old, and he was the handyman at the Cedar Lodge Motel. He told the police that he was not anywhere near Joa's cabin on the night she went missing. The police, for whatever reason, ultimately bought his story. They confiscated his marijuana, walked back up the hill, took some pictures of his car and the tires on his car, and then they left, leaving him down by the river. A couple of days later, some FBI investigators who had been called in on the case analyzed those pictures that the officers had taken of the tires on Kerry's car. They compared them to pictures of the tire tracks that had been found at Joa's cabin. And they determined that they were a perfect match. So later that day, which was July 24th, police officers went back out and tracked Kerry down again. This time, he was having lunch at one of his favorite spots, a nudist resort about 3 hours northwest of the Cedar Lodge. There, he was arrested on suspicion of murdering Joie Armstrong and was brought in for questioning. As soon as he was walked into the police station and was being booked, Carey dropped a bombshell. He confessed. He confessed to not only murdering Joie Armstrong, but he also confessed to murdering Carol Sund, along with her daughter Julie Sund and Silvina Palazzo, Julie's friend. And he said he did all of it on his own. He had no other accomplices. This meant the police had never had the killer behind bars. It would turn out that Eugene Dykes, one of their primary suspects, was lying when he made those self-incriminating remarks about him and his half-brother Michael. And as for those synthetic fibers that were found on Eugene and Michael, it turned out those fibers belonged to a very commonly sold type of blanket. They did not definitively tie Michael and Eugene to the crime. So for half a year in 1999, there really was a serial killer just roaming free in Yosemite National Park, just like many of the people who lived in the area. And some people in the media had speculated Carey would go on to give a very detailed and graphic 6-hour-long confession explaining exactly how he went about killing all 4 women. This is his awful story. On the 14th of February, 1999, the day that Carol, Julie, and Silvina arrived at the Cedar Lodge, Carey was on his way to his girlfriend's house. His girlfriend, like Carey, worked at the Cedar Lodge. She was a waitress at their 1950s-style diner. That night, as Carey walked up the walkway towards her front door, he made up his mind. He was going to act on a dark fantasy he had had since he was 7 years old. And that fantasy was to kill a young woman. His plan that night was to go inside and not only kill his girlfriend, but also kill her 2 young daughters, who were 10 and 11 years old at the time. But when he went inside the house and was about to carry out his plan, he noticed a man in their backyard through one of the windows. He asked his girlfriend who the guy was. She told him that she had hired someone to take care of the property, to cut the grass and do some work in the garden. She said he was going to be there for a little while, but he would stay outside. This totally screwed up Carey's plan. He was not expecting anyone else to be there that night. So for several hours, Carey anxiously sat there, constantly looking out the window, waiting for this man to leave so he could kill the 3 people inside. But the worker was taking a long time, and it didn't seem like he was even close to being done. So finally, Carey left without any explanation, angry and frustrated. He began driving back to the Cedar Lodge, where he had an apartment on the 2nd floor. When he pulled into the parking lot, he noticed a car he hadn't seen earlier in the day. It was a 1999 red Pontiac Grand Prix. And suddenly, Carey had this urge to find out who owned that car. Maybe, if he was lucky, it was a woman who owned it, and maybe she was alone. If that was the case, he could still fulfill his fantasy on this woman and not worry about the fact that he couldn't kill his girlfriend and her 2 kids. So Carey parked his car a little bit away from the red car, and he walked over to the motel room that was right in front of it. It was room 509. He peeked behind one of the curtains into the room, which was all lit up. And he couldn't believe his luck. There were 3 women inside the room. It was Carol, Julie, and Silvina. Carey stayed back, continuing to look through the window just to make sure there wasn't a man inside the room with them. After a while of watching them go in and out of the bathroom, and with no men coming into the room from the outside, he was certain they were alone. So, when Carey finally turned around and left to go back to his own room, he made the decision. He was going to come back the next day and kill them. The next day, February 15th, Carey secretly followed the 3 women. When they hopped in their rental car and drove to Yosemite, he followed them. He followed them all the way to the parking lot inside the park, and then he waited in the parking lot for hours until the women had finished their wonderful day. He trailed them from the parking lot all the way back to the Cedar Lodge. He secretly followed them when they went to the diner and had hamburgers for dinner. He continued to follow them from a distance, and he watched them rent movies from the front desk. He followed them all the way back to their room. And once he knew they were inside the room for the night, and he had watched long enough to confirm they were not going to leave again, he went back to his own apartment. He got his toolbox. Inside the toolbox was rope, duct tape, a knife, and a gun. Around 11 p.m., he left his apartment, went downstairs, and walked all the way back over to that corner room, room 509, where the women were. He looked in the window, and it was totally dark inside. He assumed they must be sleeping, and he knocked on the door. A few minutes later, Carol came to the door. She very cautiously opened it just a crack, leaving the chain lock still attached. She looked through the small opening at Carrie and said, "Hi, can I help you?" Carrie held up his handyman toolbox and pointed to his name tag that identified him as the Cedar Lodge handyman. He said, "Hi, ma'am. Sorry to disturb you so late, but there's a leak in the room right above yours, and I need to make sure the leak is not coming down into your room. Can I just come in and have a quick look? I'll be out of here in a minute." Carol, apparently, was not buying it. She said, "Look, I haven't seen any leaks in this room. I don't think there is one. But even if there is, can it please wait until tomorrow? We're all trying to sleep." But Carrie was very persistent. And Carrie was known to be very charming and very disarming. Eventually, he talked his way into the room. He walked inside, past the bed where the two teenage girls were still sleeping. He went into the bathroom, and for a few minutes, he pretended to fiddle around with the plumbing, while Carol stood right outside the bathroom door looking in at him. Then, at some point, Carrie reached into his toolbox, pulled out the gun, and aimed it at Carol. He said, "Stay calm. I'm not going to hurt you. This is just a robbery." Carol most likely believed that their best chance of getting out of this situation was to just comply. Do what he says, let him rob them, and then he would leave, and they would be okay. So Carol very dutifully went back into the room, and she quietly woke up her daughter and her daughter's friend. Before long, Carrie had tied up all three of them. He put the two teenagers in the bathroom and shut the door. Then he put Carol on the bed. He then proceeded to assault Carol before strangling her to death with more rope. After she was dead, he carried her body outside of the motel room and put her in the trunk of her own rental car. After he shut the trunk, he went back inside the motel room. He went to the bathroom, opened the door, and he grabbed Sylvina, who was crying. He pulled her out, leaving Julie alone, cowering inside the bathroom by herself. He shut the door behind her, and then he brought Sylvina over to the bed, where he assaulted her before strangling her as well with additional rope. After Sylvina was dead, he carried her body outside and put her in the trunk of the rental car, along with Carol's body. After that, he went back inside the motel room one more time. He opened the bathroom door, grabbed Julie, pulled her out, and proceeded to assault her as well. But afterwards, he did not strangle her to death. Instead, he walked her back into the bathroom and shut and locked the door. While she was in there, wondering what was going to happen to her, what had happened to her mom, what had happened to her friend, he proceeded to clean up the room. He tidied it up, moved all of their luggage out of the room, and put it into the rental car. After he was satisfied with the cleanup, he went back inside, opened the bathroom door, and pulled Julie out. He had her stand right outside the bathroom, as he then proceeded to clean up the bathroom itself, but he purposefully left a couple of wet towels on the ground to give the impression that the women had left in a bit of a hurry. After that, he grabbed Julie and walked her out to the car. He sat her down in the front passenger seat. She only had a blanket wrapped around her at this point. And then Carrie hopped in the driver's seat and began driving off into the night. Julie must have been beyond terrified. She had no idea where her mom was. She had no idea where her friend was. She had no idea they were actually dead, locked in the trunk right behind her. The man that had just assaulted her for hours was now driving her into the darkness, and she had no idea where she was going. All she had was a thin blanket around her. It's just beyond brutal to imagine what that poor girl was going through. For 2 hours, Carrie drove them west along the highway in the middle of the night. And the whole time, he was trying to make small talk with this poor girl, trying to tell her that she was going to be okay and that her mom and her friend were going to be okay too. Finally, he pulled off the highway, drove down some switchbacks, and into the big, empty parking lot of Don Pedro Lake. He parked the car. There were no other cars around. It was still dark out, the sun hadn't come up yet. He got out and told Julie to get out of the car. But Julie was so scared, she was frozen. She couldn't move. She couldn't even get out of the car on her own. So Carrie got out, walked around to her side, opened the door, and he scooped her up in his arms like you might hold a baby. He walked with her up a trail all the way to an overlook that was well away from any prying eyes in the parking lot. Once he was out of sight, he took her blanket off and laid it down on the ground. And then he proceeded to assault her again. As the sun began to come up over the lake, Carrie realized that he had to end his fantasy and begin to cover his tracks. So he stopped what he was doing. He stood up, reached down, and pulled Julie up to her feet. She was standing with her back to the lake. And as he was looking at her, he said, "I love you." And then he pulled out his knife and he cut her throat. He then pushed her body down the hillside, where she tumbled, and finally came to a stop underneath some bushes, where she died. Carrie grabbed the blanket from the ground and walked back to the rental car in the lot. There was still nobody out there. He hopped inside, drove out of the lot, and drove for 1 hour north until he was deep inside a forest. He pulled down a logging road where he abandoned the car. After he ditched it, he walked back up to the highway and caught a cab back to the Cedar Lodge. He would come back to the car and torch it 2 days later. He would also make a special trip to Modesto, where he would drop Carol's wallet in the middle of a road near a high school in order to confuse investigators. A month later, when Carol and Sylvina's bodies were found in the back of the burned-out car, Carrie would send that handwritten note to the police, the one with the map of where Julie's body was, and that horrible message, "We had fun with this one," referencing Julie. He sent that to the police to further confuse them. He wanted them to believe that there was more than one person perpetrating these murders. Months would go by, and the police, despite questioning Carrie along with all the other Cedar Lodge staff members, never considered him a suspect. This was for two main reasons. One, they really thought he was just a nice, normal guy and couldn't be capable of committing such violence against 3 women. And two, and this was probably the most important reason, the police discovered that when Carrie was a child, his younger brother had been kidnapped by a pedophile and held for 7 years. Although his brother was ultimately returned to the family alive, that experience was incredibly traumatic and devastating to Carrie and his whole family. So the police figured there was no way this guy would ever abduct or harm other people because he knew firsthand how traumatic and awful that is for the victim and the victim's family. If anything, Carrie seemed like the type of guy who would go out of his way to protect and save those 3 women from being abducted or harmed. In July of that year, 4 months after the 3 women's bodies were discovered, Carrie, who believed he had completely gotten away with murder, and to that point he really had, was just driving around Yosemite. He was reveling in the fact that he had gotten to live out his fantasy and not get punished for it. That's when he noticed a woman, way off in the distance, walking in and out of a cabin that was fairly isolated. So he drove his 1,979 Blue International Scout down a forested road, and he reached a meadow. He looked across the meadow, and now that the woman was even closer, he could tell she was clearly loading things into her truck. She was going back and forth, back and forth. And he's watching her, wondering if there's anybody else helping her, because this cabin was very secluded. And he's thinking, if she's alone, I might be able to kill her too. After a while, when he only saw her loading things into her white pickup truck, he decided he was going to go kill her. He drove across the meadow and pulled up right next to her truck. He got out and introduced himself. And the woman was so completely caught off guard by this random, strange man showing up in the middle of the night, suddenly acting so friendly that kind of reflexively, in an effort not to be rude, she said, "Hi, I'm Joey Armstrong. Nice to meet you. What are you doing down here?" Carrie proceeded to spark up some small talk. He asked her if she believed in Bigfoot, and they kind of got on this tangent about Bigfoot. Then, at some point, Carrie drew a pistol, aimed it at her, and said, "Go inside your cabin." So Joie put her hands up, and she went inside the cabin like she was told. Carrie followed her inside. He then bound her wrists and her mouth with duct tape. He then ordered her to get back inside of his SUV. Once she was sitting inside the front passenger seat, Carrie got in the driver's seat and began leaving the cabin, headed back out towards the road he came in on. As he's speeding across the meadow, Joie leaps headfirst out of the window of the moving car and smashes onto the ground. She immediately jumps up and just starts running back towards the cabin. Carrie jams on the brakes, hops out, and starts chasing after her. Joie manages to get fairly close to the tree line right behind the cabin before Carrie ultimately grabs her and tackles her to the ground. Joie was viciously trying to fight Carrie off of her, and Carrie, kind of in a panic, drew his knife. He tried to slash at her, but Joie tucked her chin, protecting her neck from being stabbed. So, frustrated, Carrie just stood up. He grabbed Joie by the hair and began hauling her towards the forest behind her cabin. The whole time, Joie was doing everything in her power to try to escape, but she just couldn't. Finally, they got inside the woods, and Carrie dragged her into a ditch. Once she was down at the bottom, he put his foot on the top of her head and forced it back, forcibly exposing her throat. And at that point, he pulled out his knife, and he began to cut. Afterwards, Carrie considered keeping Joie's head, but ultimately he would try to hide it in some bushes nearby. After Carrie attempted to cover up some of the blood in the area with some branches and leaves, he left the forest and went back to his SUV. He didn't even attempt to tidy up the scene. He left her truck as it was, he left her cabin as it was. He just hopped in his SUV and drove back to the Cedar Lodge. Carrie would tell police that as soon as he killed Joie Armstrong, all he wanted to do was go kill his girlfriend and her 2 young daughters, the 10 and 11-year-old. But police caught him before he could carry out that attack. Cary Stayner, who never showed any remorse for his victims, was ultimately sentenced to death and is currently awaiting execution in San Quentin Prison in Northern California. One of the more distressing aspects of this case was Carol's camera. It was found intact near the burned-out car in the woods. The police developed the picture on the camera in the hopes that there would be some clue as to who murdered them. But it would turn out there wasn't any usable evidence on the camera. It was just pictures of Carol, her daughter, and Sylvina having this wonderful, happy time in Yosemite, and that was it. But after Cary confessed to what he did to these poor women, those pictures take on a whole new, much darker meaning. In the final 8 images on that camera roll, we know that Cary Stayner was either literally watching these women secretly at the time the picture was taken, or he was patiently waiting nearby for them to return. The final image that was taken on that camera was taken by Julie. It's a picture of her mother sitting on one bed and her friend Sylvina sitting on the other bed as they were getting ready to turn out the lights and go to sleep. That picture was taken just moments before Cary knocked on their door. Before you click away tonight, just remember this. Somewhere in a police evidence box, there still exists a roll of photographs from that trip. Smiling faces. Snow-covered mountains. 3 people laughing together, completely unaware that the man who would murder them was already watching from the shadows. And in the very last photo ever taken, Carol and Sylvina are sitting quietly inside room 509, just moments before the knock came at the door. Until next time, sleep well.